Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's reading, we are going to be looking at a person in your life that you have a soul bond with and looking at why they are in your life and what the purpose of this soul bond is. So not technically a love reading, but could be. Anyone, well, it is a love reading in the sense that you likely have love for this person or something like that because you have a soul bond with them. But with that being said, before we get into it, shout out to everyone who signed up for Cards and Stars. As you know, the course signups closed on October 1st. That being said, though, Kay and I were blessed enough by another tarot icon. You may know her. Her name is Allie, and she is the queen from Allie's Tarot. And Allie was kind enough to invite us on to her live to share Cards and Stars with her audience. So we've reopened enrollment for this weekend only. If you miss signups, we're on the fence or we're waiting for your sign to sign up for this class, this is it. This is your last chance. We have reopened doors to sign up for Cards and Stars until Sunday, October 5th at 11:59 p.m. to give her community a chance to join. And so of course it wouldn't be fair if we didn't give y'all a chance to join either. So you have until then to sign up and then it's gone. If you have already signed up and you want a refund, the refund window will close Sunday in the morning on Sunday. So know that if you're in, you will be officially in by Sunday at noon Eastern time. We cannot wait to welcome you, to work with you, and to grow with you, and both payment options are available, the pay at once option and the price plan option. So just letting y'all know, I know a lot of you emailed me. Be sure to check your emails if you did email me about missing the sign up. I will have reached out to you to let you know that signups reopened, so make sure you got that email from me. But yeah, definitely sign up. This is your last chance. We will not be letting anyone else in. There will be no exceptions. So don't miss out if you want to join. But with that being said, we are going to go ahead now and look at what we are exploring in this reading. So I know some of you are not fond of the person A, person B format, but it was kind of important for this reading that I did use this format. So hopefully it will be clear and understandable. But essentially, if you can't find your energy in either person A or person B, it's not your reading. If you can find your energy in both groups, that's a sign of mirroring. I would pay attention to who else it sounds like. And if you find a clear, yep, this is me, yep, this is someone in my life, then you found the right group. But if you're like, yep, this is me, and I don't know who this is, but I'm very drawn to it, likely a sign that this is someone that maybe you haven't met yet, but you do have a soul bond with, so I would hold on to this reading because you may meet them. So what we are going to be doing is it's going to be up to you to kind of determine which side your energy is on, but we're going to be looking at your overall essence, the role in this bond, and the energies and influences that you both bring to it. And then we are going to look at the nature and purpose of this bond at this time or in this lifetime in general. So the reason why I say this is because there might be a significant purpose right now that might not be the purpose of this bond for your entire lives, but at the same time, it might be an overarching thing. So if you feel like, yeah, this is likely the purpose of the bond at this time, maybe there's more, you're likely right. But if you can take it into a lifetime thing, feel free to. Once you have confirmed this is your reading based on the energy check, then we are going to go deeper into the tarot and we are going to look at what element of your bond is bound to fate. So, you know, what did your souls agree upon before you came here? What is kind of influenced by the ethereal realms and your higher selves. But then we're looking at what aspects of your bond can be influenced by free will. So this is really important because a lot of times when we think about connections and bonds and how they correlate with destiny and stuff, we can assume that all events that are meant to happen are destined. But, you know, it's often, I find the case that, you know, you have this bond with someone and they have this purpose in being in your life, but what you choose to do with that bond, how you choose to grow, that's free will. So we'll see what you guys can create, what can be influenced on your own. Then we are going to look at how this bond is asking you both to grow at this time, how you both are being asked to step up. Then we're going to look at what you need to know about this bond moving forward, anything the universe or your guides would like to tell you. And then we're going to finish off with charms that I pulled for you guys so that I would know that you guys each got unique charms and letters and numbers. So we're going to use those letters and numbers and charms as confirmation, as an opportunity to see significant signs and symbolism to this bond and get any final guidance that might be there for you. So with that being said, we have 3 different groups for you to choose from today. So starting with group number 1, we are going to be using the Forest Spirit Imprint Tarot, and I have this Jadeite Laughing Buddha on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Dreamkeeper's Tarot, and I have this Aquamarine 9 Tails fox on top. And then finally for group number 3, we are going to be using the 5 Cent Tarot, and I have this Ametrine dragon carving on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one group. That's why the energy check is important and significant. It's possible you could be drawn to more than one group and there's multiple soul bonds for you to explore. It's possible you could be drawn to more than one group and one of them doesn't resonate, so you know you got to pick the other one. Take it how it resonates. Don't let the rest take from you. But intro squad, I must apologize because I kind of forgot to have a question locked and loaded for intro squad. So intro squad, what questions do you have for me? I make no promises that I'll get to all of them and be able to answer all of them, but what questions do you have about like tarot or I don't know. I mean, I guess it could really be anything. I know some of you had questions that I wasn't able to answer during an AMA. So yeah, if you guys have any questions for me, I'll do my best to answer them. Unless they're like deeply invasive or, you know, something I'm not comfortable sharing. I'm trying to think of a question for you though. It's not fair. I'm not gonna make you do all the work. I guess a question for you is, what is an experience that has changed from childhood to adulthood that you are either grateful for or that you wish you still enjoyed as much as you did? For me, I would say that when I was younger, I was surprisingly or unsurprisingly even more sensitive than I am now. And like sensitive especially to physical stimuli, so like sound and taste and things like that. So I really do enjoy and appreciate that, like that, you know, I can watch fireworks now and eat foods that used to terrify me and things like that because they are no longer super overwhelming and too much for my tiny kid body, because now I'm a grown-ass woman in a grown-ass woman body and I eat Kraft mac and cheese because I choose to, not because I don't like anything else. And I love that for me. So what is that for you? I guess that's the question for today. So with that being said, go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. I already said that. Once you have picked your group or groups, the links will be down below, as well as signups for the class if you are watching before Sunday, October 5th at 11:59 p.m. After that, once it is gone, it is gone. So be sure to get it. You do get lifetime access, but that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I cannot wait to get into this reading and I will see you there. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Jadeite Laughing Buddha and the Forest Spirit Imprint Tarot, this is going to be your reading on a soul bond that you have with someone and all about it and why it exists. So I'm going to lay out your cards and then we'll get into it. Hello, pile 1. let me quickly break down. Person A is going to be over here. So person A is going to be the crone, and person B is going to be the destroyer. These represent both of your energies, roles, essences, etc. And these three cards in the center represent the nature of your bond, and also the purpose of your bond at this time, or for lifetime in general. If you cannot find yourself in either of these, in either the crone or the destroyer, pick another group. This is not your reading. If you find yourself in both, that does not mean that it's only about you. It is likely indicative of someone you mirror with. Trust your gut here. Hopefully it shouldn't be too unnecessarily complicated, but honestly, just based on the cards and the energy that I see here, you guys will be fine. If you resonate with this group, you'll be fine and you'll get it figured out. So there are so many combinations of how this bond manifests on the earthly plane. And so what I mean by that is, for some of you, this could be a bond that you developed and met this person later in your life, or you will meet them later in your life if this resonates, but you don't know who this person is. But for others, you could have met this person when you were really young, but one thing that drew you together was the fact that you both were just wise beyond your years, or had a level of intensity that not everybody possesses, especially, and not an intensity that's just like crazy, wacky, like, oh, I'm just a kid hopped up on sugar energy, but like intensity is like, why does that kid have a look behind his eyes like he's been to war and goes to the mines every day? Like that kind of intensity, that could have drawn you to each other. One thing I will say is, no matter what age you met this person or will meet this person, there's just this immediate, like, you can be your most raw and childlike selves. There's a lot of unfilteredness here. And one thing that you guys do have in common, no matter what the circumstances between the two of you are, is that both of you came into this world with a level of wisdom and experience on a soul level that likely did not match your human bodies for quite a while. And also, I think that both of you really understand what it's like to be outsiders, to feel rejected, to feel misunderstood, to feel abandoned. Both of you are incredibly wise in your own ways. And I feel like in a lot of ways you are similar, but the differences between the two of you are actually what make you really cool. If this is romantic in nature, this energy really reminds me of like an enemies to lovers trope, because one thing I do see here is that in some ways you guys could be so similar that you could butt heads quite easily, or have like very intense discussions about things, because both of y'all can be on each other's level. And there's actually this element to the bond that you two share where it's like, oh, we can actually play with each other. And what I mean by play is like, I mean, I guess that can mean anything, but essentially it's actually fun to be around each other because you can be your full self. Like, what I'm trying to, like, an example I'm trying to think of is like, you know, if a 6-year-old kid is playing with a baby, the 6-year-old kid is going to have to be gentle and lower their level of play to where the baby is at, right? So that's kind of what I see for you guys in life, where it kind of just seems like you're always diluting yourselves, dumbing yourselves down a bit, or just rejecting connection and rejecting community altogether because of how exhausting it is to dumb yourself down, to dilute yourself just to be palatable for other people. So for you guys, it's like, it's not, you're not dumbing yourselves down. It's two rambunctious 6-year-olds that are like, oh, okay, let's go mud wrestle, you know? Like, not that you, I mean, maybe you guys would do that, but the point I'm trying to make here, I'm not saying that you're 6 years old, because you shouldn't be watching this. Also, it wouldn't make any sense, and you shouldn't even know how to read. Dumb puns in my brain. Okay. you guys just have this, oh, I don't have to hold part of me back with each other. That is really nice. Now, where we get into nuances, let's talk about the crone person. The crone person is super psychic, super, super tapped in, and also, in some ways, super checked out. Not because they don't care, but because they have had to regulate how much energy they do have for caring, because they in the past used to get very exhausted and drained by how much they cared about others in the world and things like that. For the crone person, they are definitely someone who does not shy away from the hard aspects of life. Like, they have seen things, they have been, the crone person is either has lived long enough to have a level of wisdom and maturity and understanding that they accept all areas of life. They understand, you know, there are lovely aspects of life, there are brutal aspects of life, there, you know, birth, sex, death, growth, transformation. The crone has seen it all. And if this crone person is younger, they have a soul imprint of these experiences. So even when there's a new experience, like, say, you know, sickness or loss or grief or just harder aspects of life, they have a really amazing ability to stand strong in that and like handle it in a way where others might even be just surprised at how well they are able to handle really challenging situations. So it makes sense to me why the crone wouldn't shy away from the destroyer person, because the destroyer person embodies a lot of aspects that most people do shy away from, that are uncomfortable, that people are uncomfortable with. Whereas the crone is like, oh, I see you. I'm not afraid of these aspects of you. Actually, if anything, it's nice that you're honest. I think both of you, one thing that you guys have in common as well is there's an acceptance around life and how life works, at least in your own perceptions, where both of you have just kind of maybe just taken a bit of a step back in terms of how you interact with the world and how involved you are in it. Because even though both of you have these very valuable perspectives, all this wisdom, it either falls on deaf ears, or you recognize that like a lot of your efforts to share with the world your authenticity, it's either rejected or not really fully understood or appreciated, because, you know, those that are there to receive it maybe are not on the level of what you have to give. And so I could see when both of you are younger, this could cause a lot of pain, just because it seems like you're being rejected for, well, not seems like you are being rejected for being yourself. And there is this level of like, feeling like, why would I involve myself in those that shun me? Why would I put myself out there and give generously to those when I do, they, you know, don't understand what I have to offer, or they don't value what I have to give? You guys see the value in each other. That's clear. Like, if you like, you guys could start as rivals in some circumstance, but you will end up becoming friends, because there's just something so liberating and freeing about the two of you being together, and having this bond where you accept yourselves more easily. I think even, and the irony is like neither of you have actively tried to stop being who you are. I feel like the only thing either of you could achieve was maybe diluting aspects of self to be more palatable. But even then, that behavior is something that maybe you guys are realizing like is a behavior that you've done subconsciously or almost instinctually. And it took being around someone who could handle you as you are, for you to realize, oh, maybe I haven't been accepting of myself. Maybe I thought like I really don't care, but maybe I actually do care more than I think. One thing I will say is that what the crone brings to this situation, the crone brings emotional intensity and passion. You know, the crone brings excitement and a level of intensity that the destroyer person can handle. We're going to get into the destroyer person more deeply in a second, but there's just so much to say here, and it's just so interesting. I feel like I could sit in this energy and, you know, just dissect it for hours. When it comes to the crone person, they can also be very emotionally intense. You know, if they're fighting for a cause they believe in, if someone says the wrong thing to them, and it especially if it's like bigoted or prejudiced or just you know, messed up, like the crone is gonna let you know that they don't appreciate that. And I feel like the one thing about the crone person is that they've always been a lot. Both of you have always been a lot, but when it comes to the crone person, it's taken them a long time to be more accepting of their emotions. And I think still to this day, there's some unlearning around hiding their emotional reactions, especially because if this crone person is older in age, they may also feel this pressure and expectation like, well, I'm, you know, XYZ years old, I should have the maturity to not express this, or I should have the maturity to not feel this way, when in reality age doesn't, like, you don't reach a certain age and be like, okay, I can't have emotions or express them anymore. That's silly and stupid and really just, you know, immature crap that young people pull in order to not be held accountable for their behavior, and yet at the same time trying to hold people older than them accountable. Real funny thing. So the crone comes in with more of a heart-led perspective, whereas the destroyer comes in with a more mentally led perspective. And talking about the destroyer person, they remind me so much of Bruno from Encanto. Like the We Don't Talk About Bruno song was really playing in my head. And one of the key things about his character is that he's shunned and rejected by his family for predicting something that they don't want to hear. And the thing about the destroyer person is that they came into this world wired and designed to break things. And that's a good thing in a lot of ways. They are here to question systems. They are here to destroy foundations. They are here to destroy generational cycles, family systems. They are here to destroy people in arguments when they come in with some BS. Like the destroyer is here to perceive truth as they see it and eliminate anything that obfuscates that truth. Not only that, but the destroyer also is somebody who embraces and actually enjoys endings. They find liberation in things ending. And one thing I will say about the destroyer is people may not like to see this person coming because they know, oh, you know, if the destroyer person were a researcher, they're gonna find what you annotated wrong. They're gonna say, hey, your data set looks off. I did the math myself and I don't know how you're getting these results. They're gonna be the one that's going, I don't think that this experiment design is gonna be easily replicable to other people. Like they're gonna be that person to say their opinion no matter what, because they are committed to ideas, to goals, and there's nothing they care more deeply about than the truth. I mean, the fact that we have the sword here, one of the most deeply painful aspects of the human experience that I resonate with personally, and that I feel like if this group is resonating for you, that you and the other person that you share this bond with would also resonate with, is how deeply painful it is to really be forced to exist in a society where lies are upheld at the expense of truth, and that, you know, truth just seems to be further and further away than ever. The destroyer person is really here to challenge and eliminate these social conventions and these ideas these illusions that we collectively buy into, or, you know, these behaviors that we do in order to protect maybe someone's feelings over the truth. Or, and because see, that's the thing, like, the destroyer person may have to work on how they deliver truth. They may need to learn to be kinder about it. Because one thing I will see here is that the destroyer has likely burned a lot of bridges in their time, and also has likely willingly destroyed friendships, relationships, you know, paths in their life, because they feel stifled by illusions, stifled by the people around them, or just cannot tolerate the inability of the people around them to kind of step up and be able to handle their intensity. It's like you guys are both like dogs that are breeds that should only be held by experts, in the sense that, like, you guys are not easy to train, but that's because you're very intelligent. You kind of have, you came here with your own soul wisdom. Now, the destroyer person comes in with this more intellectual perspective, and what they bring is a level of strength and intensity that matches the crone's strength and intensity. And when it comes to the crone's strength and intensity, theirs is more of an emotional intensity, but there's also deep wisdom behind it. It's not emotional and delusional, it's emotional and operating in balance with the crone's wisdom as best as it can be. The crone will fully own when they lash out at someone, or when they're mad, or when they think or feel something. Like, they're gonna let you know, and they're gonna own, like, yeah, maybe that was a little bit intense, but that's kind of part of the liberating process for them. So the destroyer person can handle the crone's intensity. In fact, the destroyer person gets really excited by it, because they're like, oh, I'm not going to push this person away by being myself. This is actually really interesting, because what the crone person brings to the destroyer person is a more broadened perspective. If the crone and the destroyer were binary code, the crone would be 0 and the destroyer would be 1. And what I mean by that is basically just that the crone accepts all, rejects none, sees everything, is open to everything, accepts everything as it is to the best of their ability. Whereas the destroyer sees one thing. They see their perspective, they see the truth, what they see is the truth, and they zero in on that. That does not mean they are incapable of seeing other people's perspectives, but part of the reason why they have so much conviction in their own truth and their own perspective is because they, number one, like to challenge, you know, conventions. They spend a lot of time balancing illusion with truth and seeing what's real. So they do have a little bit of confidence in themselves, not to mention that they came in already with this soul experience of being able to use their intuition, use their mental faculties to tap into what is truth and what is an illusion. So the destroyer person comes in with the ability to help the crone hone in on various perspectives that are beneficial for the crone, and help the crone release perspectives that, while yes, might be true on a collective level, on an earthly level, may not be helpful perspectives to have when it comes to the crone's personal journey. Whereas the crone brings to the destroyer person a broadened perspective and an understanding of, I'm hearing, you know, like Jesus in my head saying, you know, forgive them, they know not what they do. So the crone brings the destroyer a bit of a perspective to have maybe a little bit more understanding and patience. I wanted to say compassion, but I don't know if the destroyer can really get there, which is okay, because I think part of the reason why the destroyer has trouble having compassion for those that don't understand them, or that, you know, don't see things the way they do, is because the destroyer has been ostracized and rejected and ridiculed for that perspective. And what's that quote? Like, they might say, like, you know, your boos mean nothing, I see what makes you cheer, but at the end of the day, they really care about the truth and what's real and what is true, and it's deeply painful to them to see how little people in the world actually like have values that they're consciously aware of and act on, and also that are willing to face the discomfort in tearing down a lie so that the truth can be acknowledged. The destroyer is very comfortable in that. In fact, it's extremely uncomfortable for the destroyer to be in an environment that is inauthentic. So for them, you know, I think for both of you, the world has been a lonely place where you've been too much, where you've been, and at the same time, not enough, where you've been yourselves, and the world has told you, no, 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 we don't want that. We don't want that. We don't need that. But y'all were made the reasons that you were for a reason. And while the world might be saying, no, 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 we don't want that, God is saying, the universe, spirit is saying, no, 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 humanity, y'all need them the way that they are. Because part of the purpose of you guys being together is, number one, keeping each other sane. And when I say being together, this doesn't have to be a romantic situation. So just being in one another's lives, keeping each other sane. That's a big one. But another big one is that you guys, number one, balance out each other's perspectives enough. So for the destroyer, helping the crone hone in on various perspectives that are helpful, supportive, and useful. And for the crone, helping the destroyer broaden their perspective and tap into their emotional body a little bit more, process that a little bit more. And also, like, in hopes that that will help the destroyer feel more comfortable in accepting the realities of human behavior they can't change or control it. They can't destroy on their own. You guys help one another out with that. And I think that where this gets challenging is that the crone, where your egos will clash is the destroyer will say things that will hurt the crone's feelings, and the crone will come back and the destroyer will be like, what? Like, they'll almost be taken aback at the emotional intensity. And I think that'll actually be something that helps the destroyer realize, oh, maybe I could have said this in a better way. Maybe that wasn't fair. And like, actually, I will say one thing about the destroyer is they have a hard time considering your perspective unless they actually respect you. And they don't respect a lot of people. So the crone is going to be teaching the destroyer a lot about what was humanity rejecting the destroyer because they were being themselves, and what was humanity rejecting the destroyer because people have a hard time being warm and welcoming to someone coming in and kicking their sandcastle down, or, you know, someone saying something to them that, even if it's true, is very rude or unkind, you know, things like that. I think the crone is going to give the destroyer opportunities to see their behavior in a new light, which is really good. But yeah, in terms of why this is here, one of the cool things that you guys are meant to do is help one another take more action in the world around you. Part of what has happened in your lives as a result of just being so misunderstood, being rejected, you guys have a hard time feeling confident in what you're being called to share with the world. So you guys have all of this wisdom, all of this depth, all of this understanding from past lives and this life. But in terms of utilizing that for financial reasons, for service reasons, for whatever it may be, I think you guys do struggle to feel confident in what you want to share with the world or what you could share with the world. I mean, the fact that you guys are represented by this laughing Buddha, which represents things like abundance, joy, lightheartedness, you guys do experience a lot of pressure and intensity. And this connection, this bond is an opportunity for you guys to feel like children exploring instead of, you know, an adult navigating a class of kindergartners that you have to really hold yourself back with so that you don't act beyond their level, so to speak. It's very liberating. And I think one thing that the crone really loves about the destroyer person is that the destroyer gives them the freedom to eliminate perspectives that are harmful to the crone's creativity, to the crone's ability to be gentle with themselves, and to the crone's ability to accept the imperfect nature of human offerings in general. And so one big purpose of this bond is for both of you to have refuge from the illusions of the world. Both of you prioritize truth, and both of you actually have the ability for actually have the ability to hold a mirror up to the other. So one big thing is that because there's very little people in the world around you that can actually check you and check you accurately, because that's the thing, people might try to check you, but more often than not, they probably don't know what they're talking about, so it's laughable. You two can check each other, and you will, and you do. So that is an area that I think is going to be really powerful for the both of you, because you're going to see where areas of your ego have been left unnoticed, or where you've had certain ego attachments to behaviors or beliefs or things like that. You're going to see through one another, oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. I didn't realize that I was doing that. So I think that is one thing that'll be really interesting. But also, one of the cool things about this connection as well is that you guys can hash things out. You guys can have arguments. You guys can go toe to toe and debate for 10 hours if you want to. And it's not something that is a deal breaker or a problem. In fact, you guys almost enjoy it. Not being upset with one another, of course, but the growth that happens as a result of discord being noticed, or a disconnect appearing. So when it comes to the purpose of this soul bond, not only are you here to help one another feel more confident in what you have to share with the world, in your truth, but also to just show up in your world in ways that are truthful, that are authentic, and that do work for the both of you. You guys are here to help one another excel in the world when it comes to living life on more joyful terms, when it comes to your material world. So like whatever you do for work, whatever, or if you guys want to be self-employed, or if you want to create or do things differently, you are in one another's lives to be the support for the other, to become more confident in what they're creating, and to serve as inspiration for the other to create, even if your creations are misunderstood or not as appreciated. It's like now you guys are the audience of one for each other, where you truly trust each other's opinions. And also it's like having this audience of one of the other person, their applause is more powerful than the applause of a stadium, because you know that if the other is showing approval and the other believes in what you're doing or what you're sharing, you know it's significant, because neither of you are going to lie to one another. And that's actually one thing that is very cementing in this connection, is like one purpose in nature, like one purpose of this bond is to have the opportunity to be seen as honestly as you can be in a human life by someone. This is a level of intimacy that can be very confronting and vulnerable, hence the times where, egos will flare, and, you'll be upset at one another for random things like, I don't need to go into examples, but with this focus card being here, you guys are also here to inspire the other to focus on what matters and focus on what's most helpful and productive. The fact that we have the masculine here, you guys are here to help one another embrace your masculine energies. And these energies are all about you guys taking charge in your lives, about shining your light and illuminating, your inner world by sharing it with the outer world, manifesting, creating, just showing up and being seen. You guys are giving one another the confidence to do that. And also you guys give one another the inspiration to change your mindsets if they're not serving ideas that bring the both of you joy, fulfillment, excitement for the future. You guys are really here to help one another cut off any source of illusion or disconnection to self or others that may be holding you back from just living even more deeply into your truth. But also, this connection is here to help both of you redirect your focus when you get caught up or swept up in something that takes you off your path. This is really just like a kindred spirits energy, and also like, oh, thank God. Like this bond feels like what it feels like to get home after a long day and finally take your bra off. Really good. Really good. But sometimes it might be a little bit tender because the straps were digging into your back all day and, you know, shit like that. So I really love this. I really feel like I'm trying to summarize this before we get into your tarot, but like essentially you guys are two very intense, ambitious, wise, powerful beings trying to navigate this human experience and stay sane together. And you guys are very much that source of sanity for each other, and also a source of I want to kill the other, not literally, but just like in the moment sometimes, because you also are the reminder for the other where there's still room to grow. So very cool. Wow. Okay, that was a lot. No wonder it took me so long to really get your reading started, because I feel like I knew there was just going to be so much information, and I was like nervous I wasn't going to be able to do all of it justice. So hopefully I did. But while I'm shuffling, if you're watching this before Sunday, October 5th, or on Sunday, October 5th, we did reopen signups for a limited time only for our class Cards and Stars. So definitely check that out if you want to. This is your last chance. If you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. That'll be linked down below. But if you are enjoying this reading, thank you to everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a comment, a subscribble, letting the ads play in the background. All of that is super, super, super helpful. So thank you to everyone who does that. Can we just admire like how pretty? Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Okay, so let's see what element of your bond is bound to fate. So this is something that you guys agreed upon before you came to this planet, that like this was something you guys were going to experience together. So what aspect of the Crone and the Destroyer's connection is bound to fate, please? Wow. Okay. Most of it with the Wheel of Fortune being here, this just tells me that you guys are destined to be entwined in each other's lives. And you're destined to be entwined in each other's lives, I think, for the vast majority of it. So maybe for some of you, this is a sibling, or this is somebody that you've known from a very young age who's also just been like the person that has been your refuge from the chaos. I do think that the timing of, unless this person is like in your family or something where you would meet organically just because of, you know, family systems and things like that, one thing that's bound by fate is when you meet one another. So time. So I think the time that you guys met one another is very significant. For some of you, if you're still watching this and you haven't met this person yet and it still resonates, like I think that one element that is bound by fate here is time. So if you're like, when am I going to meet this person? You're going to get your favorite answer, divine timing. But also one aspect of this connection that is bound to fate is I do think you guys are meant to experience abundance and success together. I wouldn't be shocked if you guys collaborate in one way or another, or, you know, if you guys are in a committed relationship, or if you live together or something like that, it's quite possible that one aspect of just being bound together is like, I feel like there is an agreement to live with each other, or just operate in a way where you bring more abundance, more spiritual experience, more wisdom, more joy to each other. But also I think that one element of this bond that's bound by fate is the bond itself. You guys definitely, this is not a type of bond that is only here for a little bit. This is the type of bond that is meant to stand the test of time. Even if it's not in your life for, well, nobody's life lasts forever, but this is somebody who your bond is so strong and so fated that the highs and lows you experience are all just part of the human journey this lifetime. I don't really think there is anything you guys could say or do to each other that would truly turn you off from the other. Well, number one, because I don't think you guys would do anything demented enough to make that happen. But number two, because there's honestly something really liberating about someone being able to reach your level of low. And I don't mean low in a bad way, but like, you know, if you're at your limit and you're arguing with someone, to actually have someone that can argue back and that's not going to shy away, say for example, that might be something that you actually find liberating. And it also might be your first opportunity to see how other people experience, you know, let's say for example, you when you're angry, you know, maybe receiving that level of intensity from the other person, it might be the first time you ever are like, oh wow, that was a lot. Is that how other people feel when so I do think that there's a lot that you guys are fated to experience together. Any loose ends that need to be tied up, this person will help you accomplish them for sure. And I do think that there could be unique specific goals of like things you guys want to come and do that are really important. So like, for example, if this is a family member, you guys could have a goal of healing certain generational cycles in your family. And so that'll be a goal that maybe lasts, you know, a really long time. Or, you know, if this is a romantic interest, maybe you guys will have a goal of developing some sort of opportunity for fellow like-minded weirdos to find each other so that they can have something beautifully similar to what you guys have. I definitely think no matter what though, the blessings, a lot of blessings in life you're meant to experience are bound with each other, and that's because you guys are the catalyst for the other to have the courage, the confidence, and the belief necessary to actually go after your own goals and ambitions. I think that you guys were meant to be ambitious people in this lifetime, and one aspect of this connection is bound by fate is that you guys are not allowed to play small in this lifetime. You didn't come in with all this wisdom and all of this power to play small and be small. So let's see what aspect of your bond is influenced by free will. So what aspect of the Crone and the Destroyer's bond is connected to free will? What can they use their free will to alter in this bond? So for that, we have Judgment, which actually makes a lot of sense. So the connection itself, it's going to show you what you need to see. But whether you actually understand what it's showing you, integrate what it's showing you, and make the necessary changes to what it's showing you is asking, that is up to you guys. The amount of growth and transformation that both of y'all have on personal levels are bound to free will. So while the connection will be constantly pulling you both to grow, you don't have to. You can ignore something. You can decide like, yes, I see this. I recognize this is an ego response, or I recognize this isn't a helpful behavior, but honestly, I'm not ready to let go of it. I do think also how stable this bond is heavily depends on how willing you guys are to work with the growth that this bond will ask of the two of you. I could definitely see there being times in your life with this person where you guys spend, you know, months or even a year, maybe even a couple years not talking to one another because of the intensity of some sort of arguments or things like that that you guys might have. And I do see that being far more likely when you ignore and are unwilling to move through the transformations that this bond provides opportunities for. If that makes sense. And I also think as well how you choose to go about your goals and what goals you decide to set. Because I do think you guys, if you haven't met this person yet, one thing about them is like how you view your future before you meet them and how you view your future after you meet them are two different things. They will inspire ideas in you and inspire pathways that you hadn't considered before. So I do think that another element bound by free will is where you choose to go, what you want your goals to be. And yeah, this bond will exist and you will have a connection to them, whether you interact with them or not. That you can't control. What you can control is how you interact with what the connection is doing for you on a personal level, and whether you are willing to walk with it and follow that transformation or not. So let's see, speaking of what I was just talking about, how is this bond asking both the destroyer and the crone to grow? So, wow, we have the sun. That's so beautiful. How you're being asked to grow at this time is to let the light in, to let the joy in. Both of you, and actually I'm glad this came out because I completely forgot to mention this. One thing that you guys also have in common is that it's a lot harder for you guys to look on the lighter side of life, because a lot of your wisdom and experience comes from the harder aspects of life. And I would say for the crone person especially, well, actually, no, both of you. Both of you have a really hard time with surface level, meaningless things. So people, conversations, like y'all just don't really do shallow. And I think that when you experience such depth and such intensity, it can be hard to remember what true lightness feels like. It can be hard to remember what true exhilaration and like bliss and lightness of heart and spirit feels like. And so one way in which this connection is asking you to grow is to pay attention to where you both have decided, or where you both have maybe forgotten that you have access to more fun and joy than maybe you recognize. Maybe you're not allowing it to happen, or maybe you're believing that you have to be working hard and pushing yourself in certain ways. I think that you guys it'll be really easy for the two of you to motivate one another to achieve, excel, to go for what you want. But I think one area where you guys will both struggle is sitting in and truly feeling the joy that you bring to one another's lives, enjoying the goals you do accomplish. Like, for example, if you guys have accomplished things that you're really proud of, one place where you're being asked to grow is to celebrate that and feel joy for that. I saw this like post online from someone that was like, me realizing like I've never celebrated my wins because I saw them as obligations and things I should have to do. So maybe that's something that could help you guys. But I think you guys are being challenged to push yourselves to have more fun with each other, and to pay attention to how often your guys' perspective skews towards the negative and the critical. It's natural and understandable that that's where your perspective is going to go, but you guys don't have to be bogged down by the intensities of your perspectives. And I think one area where you guys might struggle is that you guys could just kind of feed into each other's intensity. So it might even be a little bit harder between the two of you to kind of focus on the lighter side of things. And that's why focus is so important. But also you guys may forget what it feels like to just feel uninhibited and free and joyful and excited. And so really where you're being asked to grow is the things that bring about those feelings. That's where you guys are being asked to spend more time and energy, like focusing on and doing. And the thing is you guys might not know what those things are. So you may have to find them on your own. But for others, with the Sun card being here, this does talk about children. So there could be some inner child healing that you guys are meant to do together. Or it's possible, if you guys have children, or there's a child on the way, which if so, congratulations. Or if you guys are adopting or something like that, you might be called to grow in a way where you're just maturing and shifting focus. But ultimately I do think you guys are being asked to look at what your beliefs around joy, fulfillment, happiness, and lightness are, and really ask yourself, you know, do I believe those things are possible for me, and do I allow myself to feel them? Because I think for both of you, you might have just a discomfort in pleasure. Like it just like it might be almost too much, like how good things feel. And I think because both of you know that all things must come to an end at some point, right? It might be harder for you guys to really savor those high points in life, those beautiful, joyful, lighthearted moments, because you're just afraid of the pain of losing them, or you don't want to be so attached that it makes the movement of time forward harder when you're not at that place. But I think you guys also underestimate how much more time you will be spending in a lighter place when you allow yourself to be there and realize where maybe your own consciousness contributes to certain ideas around how much fun you're allowed to have or how much joy you're allowed to experience. So moving forward, what does group 1 need to know about their bond with this person? We have the Fool. So number 1, we have the 6 of Cups on the back of the deck, which I love. So I mean, like, this is a true soulmate type energy for you. And the fact that we had all major arcana that came out, like, I do feel this is just a really big person in your life. Like, if you're still watching, like, obviously, like, I would hope that this very clearly resonates. If you haven't met this person yet, you will, but for most of you, you know exactly who this person is. Like, either you know who this person is, or you haven't met them yet, or this isn't your reading, because their energy is very distinct. But one thing that, whatever you believe in, God, spirit, the universe, I see them all as the same thing. They want you to know and understand that this bond and this connection, this is your opportunity to be curious and to not know anything. This is your opportunity to look at the world with fresh eyes, your opportunity to make mistakes and not feel ashamed for them. Because I do think both of you maybe struggle with making mistakes or being wrong or just doing something dumb, because not only do you see that in the world around you all the time and you have a hard time accepting that in others, maybe for some of you, this connection is the opportunity for you to be in the other person's shoes, to just not know everything, and to be in an environment where you can grow and learn and actually benefit from the other person because they have a genuinely valuable perspective and an understanding and a respect for you on a fundamental level that's, number 1, not going to be invalidating or mean or cruel, but also you get to do the same thing where it's like you both are figuring it out together, and you both have the opportunity to grow and learn in ways you don't with other people, because, like, just consciousness wise and spiritual soul development wise, they're like a lot of others are just not going to be on your level. And so when you are interacting with them, you are kind of in a leader, mentor, guide position, whether you really want to be or not. So this connection is really your opportunity to be in unknowns and to find lightness and to find freedom in not knowing, and to find the joy in learning new things about yourself, seeing the world in new ways, and also realizing that you don't have to be perfect, you don't have to have it all figured out, and that there's a lot of liberation to be had from recognizing where your growth is, because instead of focusing on how far humanity has to go, you're looking at where you still have to grow. So I really love to see that. And we're going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some charms and letters and numbers. So these are going to serve as guidance, as confirmation. So letters, numbers, symbols, things like that, and significant signs. So let's go ahead and see what we have. Is that all of it? Okay. Okay, so we have the star here. and I don't know if I have a crystal small enough to censor the titties, but I do think that with this star being here, number one, I think that there's a lot of light and a lot of healing to be had in this connection. I also feel like this is the type of connection where both of you, like your souls and your spirit, like your spirit is stronger and brighter around each other. You guys have you guys activate levels of consciousness in one another that allow you to bring in even more soul wisdom than you would be able to on your own. It's almost like you guys activate like past life memories with each other, or past life memories in general, that allow you both to bring in, to just, number one, like ground more healing energy in the world in general. But number two, I think that a lot of wounds in this lifetime that have come around being misunderstood, being treated poorly, being rejected, being ostracized, I think a lot of that, you're going to be feeling a lot of healing from that. And I also think that there's a lot of star energy connected to this soul bond. And I think that part of what this soul bond does is it gets you in connection with that more. And I feel like you both will find that this connection leads to a greater level of optimism than you guys had on your own before. So what is the other tarot card we have? We also have the moon. So I do think that this connection is here to help the both of you see more clearly, see yourselves more clearly, see others more clearly, and also face your fears around showing up in life and in the world, facing your fears around unknowns, and also seeing more clearly. You know a lot, both of you know a lot, but this connection allows both of you, each other, to see more clearly what y'all don't know and what you still have to learn. And I don't see an R here, but learn, I do think, is pretty significant. But what I was seeing is the word lean. And I was also seeing the word, like the name Leah. I don't know if there's an H. Is there an H? Yeah, so we literally have the name Leah. Aaliyah. But yeah, like this is someone that you can lean on. Like I'm hearing that song, Lean on Me. When you're not strong and I'll be your friend. But also I was thinking about sipping on that lean. Now I do not encourage things like that, but maybe there's like inside jokes you guys have about that. And also you might be each other's number one hose. Or maybe shoes. Yeah, that's what I was going for. This is technically a 0, but it can be an O too. What the hell is this? Is this a J? I guess. That's a weird looking J. So we got J. Oh, so we've got the name Josh too. Josh and Leah. We have another N, an E. We have that J. This is like a broken 5. I'm going to yeet that out of here. We have 2 3s, so 33 could be significant. Maybe you guys meet each other when you're 33. If you're watching this really far into the future, maybe 2033 is significant. That's kind of scary. The song 3 by Britney Spears, Bop. Oh, the name Neil as well. I was thinking of something else. I mean, 33, one of you could be life path 33, both of you could be. You could see 333 around one another. And I will say there is like Trinity energy with the two of you, because both of your cards that showed up with Crone and Destroyer, they're both the 3rd and final stage of a concept. So Crone, it's maiden, mother, Crone. And with Destroyer, it's the creator, sustainer, and destroyer. So you guys are the most evolved levels, but you still have a lot to teach each other. We also have a shark. So number one, sharks are more solitary creatures. They do spend a lot of time doing their own thing, swimming in the ocean, just like doing their shark stuff. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but it really is kind of like, it's hitting my, I'm getting dopamine or something from it, so I'm going to do it for a little bit. But you know, I do think both of you are sharks. Like, I think that people see y'all's fins sticking up out of the water and they piss themselves a little bit. Like, I do think that they're like, I'm not going to swim with group one or the person that group one has bond with unless there is a cage around me, because, oh my God, these two are killers. And I mean, you are. And it's not like, okay, I gotta stop now. It's not like people are afraid of their lives around you, but rather it's like people are afraid of what you might expose about them. People are afraid of what the truth cannot be hidden around you two, because you guys are gonna hone in on it and see it and express it and share it. I guess sharks in general could just be significant, and yeah. We have this ring with no stone. So I do feel like this kind of confirms the idea that the bond itself is what's fated. Like, you guys are meant to be in each other's lives no matter what, but what isn't set in stone is how you choose to do that, how you choose to go about this connection, and how you choose to behave with what this bond reveals. Oh, we also, I think we have the name Ella, Nelly. We have the name Shen. We have the name Jen. Shout out to my girl Jen, who always comments. Adore you, girl. Hope you picked this one. Yeah, there's usually not this many like names, so this is just really exciting. I'm like wanting to look at all of them. Eels, heels, yeah, lots of fun. We got jeans here, so I don't know, maybe someone wears jeans because they are, honestly, not me, because they feel like prisons now. But okay, let's see what else. We also have this coin. So 50 cent, maybe you guys, maybe that's an artist that you both really enjoy. But this is a euro, so one or both of you could belong to the European Union, and the year is 2002, so 2002 could be significant. Let's just talk about the fact that 2002 is a mirroring number, 20 and 02, so just another example of y'all mirroring the hell out of each other. We also have this narwhal. Oh, this is perfect. I know you already saw that, but we have this narwhal. And I do think that, first of all, I do think that like literature, books, or just things that are intellectually stimulating are going to be something that you guys bond over. And I think one thing you guys might even do is share books or share just really impactful media, or, you know, studies, even things like that, that just have a lot of meaning to you or that are really powerful. And I think, oh, Shoney's, the restaurant, that just came through as well. This narwhal, I feel like, is kind of showing that, number one, like, both of you guys seem like you shouldn't exist, like it's too good to be true. Like, the narwhal seems like it's too fantastical to exist, but it does. So I do think that you guys are very unique in that sense. You are very different. I mean, the narwhal is a very unique creature. And I think, you know, having a horn near their third eye, like, I think that both of you are very intuitive, and both of you, the more both of you get to know one another and understand one another, the easier it is to kind of intuitively understand the other. And so what I was saying about media is that you might use media to understand each other more deeply. But we also have never underestimate me. And so I think that is a big purpose of this bond, is you guys awaken in the other the reality that you guys are not as, that you guys are a lot more than what you've been given credit for. And I think you guys can see each other's potential and look at where maybe y'all have underestimated yourselves because no one else has seen and been able to understand how awesome like your authentic selves are. And so I definitely think you guys are going to or do empower the other to have like just reach your full potential and to go for what you want in life. And damn, I wonder how long this reading was. Finally, we have, even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there. And that is so key to this bond, because you don't have to do what the connection or what the bond is asking you to do in terms of your own personal growth. But when you don't, that is when you will see disharmony. That is when you will see discord. That is when there will be challenges in connecting between the two of you, because if one of you is growing and the other one isn't, there's gonna be a disconnect there. And if neither of you are choosing to step up and grow in the ways that you're being asked to, you're gonna be stuck in the same cycles that got you to a point where you had to see something to begin with. And then the numbers on the back, we have 14, 40, 27, 24, 18, 5. So could have met them 2014, 2024, 2018, 2006. Cool. So group number 1, hour 5. It's not horrible. It's not short, but it's not horrible. And I've done shorter readings anyway. So group 1, whew, okay, I got 2 more of y'all to go. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, at least for the first 30 seconds. That is the simplest, easiest, and most impactful way to support me and show appreciation for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that, but other ways to do that. If it is before October 5th or it is October 5th, 2025, you can sign up for Cards and Stars. After that, it's gone forever, so be sure to do that. If you haven't, you can like, comment, subscribe. Liking is super helpful. Commenting is super helpful. All of that is super helpful. So thank you to everyone who does that. You can check out candles, social media. You can join my email list, okay? If you want to know about things like readings, get free fun stuff from me. My email list is about to get a little present, so I feel bad for the people that unsubscribe because they're not going to get that gift, but you will if you sign up. Even if you haven't signed up yet, there will be a gift coming soon, a little freebie. You can leave me a tip. My Cashapp is palehag. My PayPal is my email. You can... is there anything else you can do? I mean, you can send me love. I'm sending you love right back. You can share me with a friend, shout me out. I don't know, all that. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading resonated and brought you clarity and peace and joy. I hope you will have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aquamarine 9 Tails and the Dreamkeeper's Tarot, this is going to be your reading on the soul bond you have with another person you have either already met that is in your life or that you have not met yet. So I am going to lay down your cards for the energy check and then we will get into it. Okay. If you didn't see the intro, we are doing a person A, person B format for this reading. I'm going to quickly go into that now. So if you do not see yourself in either the maiden or the poet, if you don't feel your energy, this is not your group. If you do find your energy in the maiden or the poet, you have found the right group. Ideally, you will know who the other is. But if you don't know who the other is, then take that as a sign that this is someone that you have not met yet, that you have a soul bond with. I would hold on to this reading if so, because once you meet them, I'm sure a lot of things will come into context and make more sense. But if you see yourself in both groups, that does not mean that this is about you. Yes, of course you have I don't even really think you have a soul bond with yourself. You just have this connection to your own soul. So if there's mirroring here, that's totally fine. Then just take that idea and recognize that both of you are kind of person A, B here, which will be fine because all the questions are catered to the both of you. But with that being said, let's start with person A, the maiden. One thing that I want to stress is that some of you are going to feel confused because you're going to see your energy in the poet, but you're a woman or have a very feminine energy, and the person that's coming through, you might be like, well, but the person I have this bond with isn't a woman, isn't a feminine person. That's fine. This maiden card is meant to talk about more general ideas. This maiden card could represent someone who's like 6'7" and a beefy masculine dude. The maiden energy would still stick and apply to that. So when I'm talking about the maiden, please, please, please take gendered notions out of it and instead focus on the essence of the energy itself, so that hopefully there's less confusion there. This is not about whether you have titties or not. This is about whether you resonate with the energy expressed or not. Got it? Good. Okay. So I really, 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 really like this energy. I love this energy. And actually, I would say this is an example of two people who are very different in a lot of ways, but one of the things that you guys have in common is how you both are misunderstood and how there is a wealth of magic, whimsy, beauty, insight, wisdom, perspective in your inner worlds that not many people take time to notice or see. So starting with the maiden person, they could be literally younger than the poet. They do not have to be, but at the very least, when it comes to maturity levels, I do feel like the maiden person is less mature than the poet, not in a bad way, but just in a developmentally where they're at. They could also look younger than their age. And one thing I will say about the maiden person is that a lot of people are drawn to the maiden person because they are very physically attractive. I would also say a lot of people are drawn to the maiden person because they have a quality to them where people project a lot of their desires onto the maiden person. And the biggest thing about the maiden person that I think is important to note is that one of their big wounds has to do with the fact that people judge and treat them based on their physical appearance. And actually, it's really interesting because even in this image, the maiden has a hand over her mouth. And I feel like this person, whether it's you or the person you have a bond with, they have a deep wound around the fact that people seem to care a lot more about what they look like rather than who they are and what they think and have to say. And one of the biggest things about the maiden that is painful for them is the fact that they are absolutely brilliant, witty, quick, sharp, excellent communicator, excellent, they could be an excellent writer as well. That could be something that you guys bond over, is just language and the written or spoken word. But for the maiden person, they've had a lot of people only care about what they looked like or how they presented themselves, and have people not really take time to get to know who they really are or even appreciate their thoughts or what they have to share. And the maiden person would even admit themselves they've actually accepted that treatment and behavior in order to feel safe in their environment or in order to receive benefits from the people that are using them. So like, for example, this maiden person has probably had experiences where they've been in transactional types of relationships or transactional types of situations, and maybe even started to prefer that just because then they wouldn't be hurt when they are genuinely interested in someone. And then they find out that that someone doesn't really care about who they are. They just want to hook up with the maiden person, or they just want to use the maiden person as, you know, a ego boost or as a conquest or something like that. There is an innocence to this maiden person where they believe in their values, and they also, I think, try to see the best in people always, and that has definitely got them hurt. I also think as well there is a reluctance for this maiden person to kind of grow up a little bit. I think that this maiden person could have some fears around aging. I do think that one of their deepest insecurities has to do with losing their physical attractiveness, which is wild because I actually, if you are the maiden person, I will say, like, you're actually gonna feel better and better and better about yourself as you get older, because first of all, attractiveness does not have to do with, like, well, I guess attractiveness is a concept anyway, and it's different for everyone, but like, you don't just like stop being attractive once you reach a certain age. Like, attractiveness, I think attractiveness is a lot more subjective than just ideas. Like, I think energy is attractive. I think confidence is attractive. The way you carry things are attractive. And one thing that the maiden person may not realize quite yet is that their mind is really attractive and their inner world is really attractive. They've just been around a lot of the wrong people, and that's one thing that's different about the poet person, and that's one thing that's really special about this connection, but we got to keep going. Another thing with the maiden person is that they, I would say the maiden person is more extroverted than the poet. That doesn't mean that they always enjoy being social, but at the very least, I feel like the maiden person enjoys excitement, and also might even be in a place right now where they are just kind of trying to sow their wild oats a bit, or the maiden person might just enjoy being in surface level environments and situations, because then when they're getting connection and interaction with people, they don't have to worry about the pain of their inner selves, their inner world being rejected, because when they put themselves in environments where there's not really any depth or meaningful interaction happening, then they can't be hurt when people treat them a certain way based on surface level things. I also think that this maiden person can be quite fierce and quite intelligent. I know I already said intelligent, but I do think that they can catch people off guard with their intelligence. I think that's something that they can use to their favor, but I do also think that they are somebody who, because they have been treated a very specific way because of how they look, I do think that some of their security comes with, they feel like their appearance is almost like armor. It's something that helps them feel safer because they know how to handle people, but at the same time, I think that it is painful for them. I also think the maiden person doesn't like to dwell in painful feelings or sit in discomfort. I think the maiden person likes to keep moving. I would not be shocked if the maiden person is very active and really likes to be on the go, or doesn't really like to sit with their thoughts. I feel like they're also very dynamic, and I think that they have a tendency to be very good at things or learn very quickly, naturally be very good at things or learn very quickly. So I do think that a lot of people might get frustrated, jealous, or just be blatantly like impressed with this maiden person because they seem to have skills and abilities, or gain skills and abilities quite quickly for either someone of their age, or for someone with very little experience. There is a purity though to the maiden person where more often than not, their actions are guided from a place of integrity. Like, they always want to do the right thing. But one of the most important things for the maiden person is that they protect their bag and their peace. And so I do feel like they have a hard time feeling at peace. So that kind of leaves them just really focused on, okay, what do I need to do in order to achieve? What do I need to do in order to feel more secure? Like, the maiden person definitely focuses on their ability to gain and maintain material resources. I think that that is actually something that helps them feel a sense of purpose and a sense of worth outside of their physical appearance, because I just feel like this maiden person was almost raised with this emphasis around maintaining their physical appearance, or just it was so valued that even though it's not even what they value most about themselves, they're afraid of a world where their physical beauty isn't as valued because they don't know where they would fit in that world. Like, that's a big fear of theirs. I also think though that this maiden person is someone who's not afraid to face things head on, someone who rises to the occasion and who is really willing to step up to the plate and step up in general when someone needs them. I also think this maiden person is really just a really, like, I know I said quick learner, but they're also fast in general. Like, this is someone who drives fast. This is someone who lives fast. They live fast and eat ass. Like, what can I say? Maybe not literally, but metaphorically they do. And so when it comes to the poet person, this is part of what makes this connection so special. So the poet person, if the maiden is the hare, the poet is the tortoise. The poet person is deep, sensual, soft, and the maiden person is sensual too. I will say that, but I will say that the maiden person's relationship to sensuality and sexuality is a bit different because they've had a lot of experiences that they went into earnestly with earnest intentions, and have had to learn the hard way about how people will treat them and how people will use them, because those people are lustful and you know, want the maiden person's body, not the rest of them. Whereas the poet person, I feel like the poet is very introverted. The poet is also somebody who really takes things slow. They're very methodical. I think even if they tried to be fast, they would have a hard time. I mean, that doesn't mean that they're not able to get things done, but I do think that this poet person, they reflect a lot. They deeply connect to their environment, and this poet person sees beauty all around them. They have a beautiful perspective of the world. They're very deep. They see symbolism everywhere. They could literally write poetry or be a writer in some sort of way. I definitely think that they have a way with words, and that they are very creative, and they like to use their creativity to express the insights that they have about the world, to express the wisdom that they gain, the questions that they still have unanswered. They're really a student of life, and I think that they're also somebody who is a bit more rigid when it comes to the way that they think things should be done. Like, one area where the poet and the maiden might, the poet might feel frustrated or insecure sometimes when it comes to the maiden, because like the poet, for example, let's say they've been studying poetry their whole life, and they know all the top poets, and they know like all of the rules and the structures, and they write all the time, and they do everything that a good poet is supposed to do and how to grow and learn. But then the maiden person's like, oh, you do poetry? Cool, I'm gonna try it. And then they try, and then the maiden person tries it, and they pull out some road less traveled Emily Dickinson ass shit, and the poet's just like, now how the hell did you just do that when, like, I've been studying this my whole life, and this, something like this, takes me a while to get to, and I don't even know if I can make something like that quite yet. I definitely think that there is something on the poet's end where they could spend a lot of time reflecting, envisioning in the ideas stage, and as a result, I think a lot of what they create comes out, number one, more refined, but also what they actually end up grounding creatively and just like making real and having it exist in the world around them. Um, that the frequency of what they actually put out is a lot smaller compared to the creative world within them, because they are very, number one, they are quite critical of themselves, and they like to make things just right, and they like for sentences and their perspectives to fit perfectly like what they're trying to express. And I think sometimes they can get bogged down in those details and wanting things to just be exactly right. And also, I think, you know, the rules that they've been taught and what they've already learned, and then this is for anything in life, those have definitely limited their ability to act, and has in some ways narrowed their perspective. And so I do feel like this maiden person brings a level of liberation to the poet, where the poet is like, oh, I don't have to operate by those rules. Oh, I should just do more things and think about it less, because it's not as serious as I'm making it. Like, that's an example. But one of the really special things about the poet person for the maiden is that the poet person is the only one of the first or one of the few people to value the maiden person and to see the maiden person for their spirit, for their heart, and for their mind first and foremost. Their physical appearance is just an afterthought. Like if there is, like, I'm sure if this is a romantic situation, there's absolutely physical attraction on both ends. But for the poet person, they see all the beautiful, interesting, powerful, fascinating, and just endearing aspects of who the maiden truly is that go unnoticed, unvalued, and unappreciated in the others around the maiden. Like, I feel like the maiden person has a lot of people around them all the time, but very few people that know them intimately. And I feel like the poet has a few people that know them intimately and nobody else around them. I do feel like the poet person does feel a bit out of their depth when they are in very rowdy environments or very chaotic environments. I do feel like the maiden person handles that better, and I think it's just because the maiden person just still can derive enjoy. The maiden person still derives enjoyment from those environments. And I do think that the maiden person likes a distraction from their intense internal world. They like the chaos, and I do think that the maiden person has a bit of a racing mind. So, you know, loud music or a lot of chaos going on around them kind of almost like calms and dulls any internal chaos they might be experiencing. But for the poet person, the maiden's impact is especially powerful because the maiden gives the poet the opportunity to feel more confident in who they are and to share more of themselves with the world. I do feel like the maiden person has access to more to a larger social circle and to more opportunities and connections. So I do think that the maiden person could provide those for the poet person in certain ways, like provide them with opportunities, or help the poet person just meet people that they might really enjoy being around. The maiden person gives the poet person the opportunity to be more confident in who they are and to have a sounding board for their internal world where the other person is just as excited to be talking about and sharing these concepts as the poet person is. I feel like the poet person lives, eats, sleeps, breathes depth, beauty, the mysteries of creation, like spiritual aspects of life, you know, the spiritual aspects of nature. The poet loves seeing new perspectives. The poet loves looking at the world in different ways. And it's really interesting because the poet is so open-minded and so open to exploration and meaning and growth, but then at the same time they can get really bogged down by their own rules for themselves. So I do think that the maiden person brings a very strong level of liberation to the poet, where the poet is able to see how they have been living life in a way that's too small for them and where they've been hiding and holding back. And the poet person gives the maiden person the opportunity to see that their value is not rooted in what they look like, but their value is in who they are. And not only that, but the poet is able to show the maiden person that the maiden person doesn't have to sacrifice true connection for acceptance and belonging. What the maiden person is really needing, and that what the poet person will show them if they haven't seen it already, is that the maiden person does need to be a bit more discerning with who they spend their time and energy around, because I do feel like the maiden person has a pure perspective and wants to include people and wants to be open to everyone and you know, explore, really get to know people, or you know, and I do think the maiden also has a hard time like letting go of people and situations because they just haven't had enough experience yet. Like I feel like they're cool when things fizzle out naturally, but if they need to set boundaries with someone, or if they don't want to do something with someone and they have to say no, you would think with this Knight of Swords that they would feel comfortable saying no, but I feel like more often than anything they say yes without even thinking about it, because they're just like, oh well, I don't want to hurt the other person's feelings, and like I could use some time going out, like things like that. I think the maiden person, they're more used to going out and being out in the world, and just like they could be someone who does go a little stir crazy at home, and so they do need to like go out and explore and do things and just you know, get out of the house. Whereas I feel like the poet is like a tried and true homebody. But I do feel like actually there is a part of the maiden that does crave the opportunity to be more of a homebody. But I think a lot of the people around them have more of a lot of the people around them have this similar let's go out, let's go do things habits. So I think the poet will bring the maiden the opportunity to discover new ways of resting, new ways of having fun, new ways of experiencing life that they just haven't really or didn't enjoy in the past because they didn't have the right person to experience it with. I do feel like the maiden person also, one cool thing that the maiden person does for the poet is that the maiden person is able to easily speak and share their inner world, what they're feeling. And so that gives the poet a level of security in the connection and in sharing themselves with the maiden, because the poet can intuitively feel the authenticity and earnestness behind the maiden's intentions. So the poet now also has the opportunity to share honestly what's going on in their internal world. There's this beautiful element here where this maiden person really doesn't judge people. They want to understand people. They're very curious, but they don't jump to conclusions or condemn or things like that. So I do think that like, for example, the poet person, they need time to process and integrate and understand things. Whereas like the maiden person, they can know how they feel almost instantly and share that. And I think actually one thing that the maiden person will do is give the poet person tools to realize, oh, I can share how I'm feeling, even if I don't really know all that is yet. I can just share that I'm processing my feelings right now and I don't know how I feel yet. I can just share everything. I think that one really cool thing about the maiden and the poet is that The poet can share a bunch of information all at once, even when it veers way into oversharing, and the maiden person is like on it, like paying attention to all of it, is able to synthesize it. And if anything, the maiden person is like, thank God, like I'm around someone that's actually intellectually stimulating for once. I feel like the maiden person is kind of someone where they're like, I'll just get fucked up tonight because everyone around me is really boring, and I cannot take being in this dull environment, and I don't want to be alone with myself. Not the healthiest energy, but the poet will bring to the maiden the opportunity and the space to actually get in touch with their inner world more. That, oh my God, okay, and that's why moving into the purpose and the nature of this connection, this Vesica Pisces, makes so much sense, because this card is all about bridging the inner and outer worlds. The maiden person is outer world dominant. The poet person is inner world dominant. And I just came up with those terms right now. So what I mean by that is the poet mostly lives in their inner world, and they go into the outer world, whereas the maiden person is mostly in the outer world and they go into their inner world. So one purpose of this connection is to get you both in touch with the world you're less familiar with. So the maiden person gives the poet the security and the courage to feel safer, exploring more of the outside world and sharing themselves with the outside world. And the poet person gives the maiden person the opportunity to explore their inner world more deeply. They give them an environment to share their inner world and to see it for themselves in new ways. And what's beautiful is that a purpose of this connection is to help you both come into union with yourselves, the world, and if this is a romantic or partnership type bond, each other. I mean, and that goes even deep. I mean, there's union energy written all over this, especially with the ego card and the anima mundi. The ego card is all about, like, you guys are here to help each other see what is a created structure and what is the true you. So the structures that are parts of the ego that don't serve, you guys help one another see those elements and they fall away. So, for example, the poet will help the maiden person let go of ego fears around their appearance, and the maiden person will help the poet person develop a healthier ego so that they can put themselves out there more and be less afraid of rejection, and in turn not be so afraid of what the outer world might think or say to them. One thing that both the maiden and the poet have in common is that they're very sensitive beings, and there's so much more to them than the world realizes. And the sad reality is like, both of you have spent a lot of your lives feeling like you were in a fun house. Those fun house mirrors that warp and distort yourself. I feel like both of you have a lot of distorted ideas about yourself, about your worth, about what makes you acceptable, that were built in these fun houses. So I think that you guys are clear, true mirrors for one another to really see the parts of yourselves that you haven't valued, the parts of yourselves that you haven't explored yet, the parts of yourselves that are well defined, but haven't had the opportunity to be appreciated by another. You guys bring all of that to one another and more. I definitely feel like the maiden person is going to make the poet feel safe enough to take risks, and realize that they're not being judged for trying new things. They're allowed to look dumb or silly or mess up or make mistakes. Like, the maiden person helps the poet person realize, like, not everyone starts out as a master at something, and that actually, the playful part of the process of learning can be really enjoyable. I think the maiden person is going to help the poet with that. I also think the maiden person is going to does bring the poet a lot of inspiration. The maiden person could be a bit of a muse for the poet. And I think the poet will actually help the maiden person get in touch with themselves enough to start really figuring out what has true meaning for them and what they want to do with their life and their path. I think that the maiden person has less meaning in their life before they meet the poet. I think the poet brings a lot of meaning and a lot of depth to the maiden person, not because they didn't have it without the poet person, but because the poet person gives the maiden person the opportunity to tap into those parts of themselves. And I think for the maiden person, they help the poet person take life a little bit less seriously and to feel brave enough to put themselves out there a little bit more. So also with this Anima Mundi and these ego cards, a big purpose of this connection is accepting all and rejecting none. Understanding the nature of the universe and its many aspects, like understanding that both of you are universes yourselves, and the magic that comes from bridging your inner and outer worlds into alignment, because you will experience a lot less setbacks, a lot less resistance, and also experience deep fulfillment without resistance, because there is no both your inner and outer worlds are in alignment, so things flow more easily. You guys, the purpose of this connection is to help both of you see what is true for you and what isn't, to help you see what are you going to cultivate within yourselves, what do you value about yourselves, and how are you willing to step outside of your comfort zone for the sake of growth and for the sake of balanced expression. I definitely think that this is a type of connection where you guys liberate each other from the harmful beliefs you have about yourselves that you took on from small minds that could never appreciate the depth of who the both of you are. Because the one thing that you guys will really love about the other is that there is no part of the other that you don't like, because you even see that in the parts of you that are not congruent or that are less harmonious, there's growing and understanding and learning. And there's also appreciation for your differences. Like, one big aspect of this bond is that your differences make you both stronger. And you guys have true synergy together. I definitely feel like as well, you will help one another develop healthier egos, in the sense that both of you have deep crippling insecurities about your worth, about your path, about, just your deservability of love, of kindness, of appreciation in general. And I think that both of you are the type of hype man the other needs. If you're the poet person, I just have to say that, like, you have no idea how profound and impactful your perceptions will be to the maiden person, or are to the maiden person. One thing I've noticed is I keep using like future tense. So for some of you, this is definitely someone in your future, or maybe the way that maybe you know who this person is, but you guys aren't on the level of relating yet for the type of interaction I'm describing. But I mean, this person is a part of your fate for a reason. And I mean, like, they kind of have life partner energy to them. This bond has life partner energy. And even if it's not romantic, still like platonic life partner, still like somebody that you have for life. Like, this is a close friend, this is a lover, this is somebody who you can experience all elements of life with. And I think one of the really beautiful things about the two of you is that the messy parts of both of you, once you feel safe enough to start exposing that, those messy parts of you, those flawed and imperfect parts of you, that's really gonna cement not only healing for your own healing of your own insecurities, but also it's going to cement the closeness between the two of you, because once you guys are really seeing one another at your worst, at your lowest, and recognizing that you at your messiest or lowest is not only acceptable, but something that doesn't drive the other away, you're going to realize like, oh, all of me is accepted. And that's going to allow both of you to recognize, oh, I can accept all of myself. So really the true purpose of this connection is for you guys to come into union with yourselves, to bridge your own inner and outer worlds. You guys are the catalyst to creating balance in the world with which you're less familiar in. And that leads to deeper fulfillment, deeper understanding of your purpose, your path, what has meaning for you, deeper understanding of yourself, the ability to tap into your inner world and express it in your outer world, the ability to just feel seen and loved and known by another person for all that you are, for all of your complexities, for your mess, for your beautiful, striking talents and qualities, and for the small little idiosyncrasies that you both have that not many get to see. There's a deep level of intimacy here where the loyalty runs deep. The bond between the two of you is very strong. And I see this as like really true ride or die energy. Like you guys chose to, like, your souls are bound by fate, because if you weren't, y'all would, without even realizing it, would be using your free will to bring one another into your life, because you guys are just on a soul level so tied to each other. I would not be shocked if you guys kind of have a collective agreement, you know, when you're incarnating in places like Earth. I ain't going without my other person, because I can't do it without them. I really do think that like one element of this connection that other people in your life and other people in this person you have the bond with's life, in your world and their world, there might be jealousy that you guys can connect with each other and speak to each other and influence one another in ways that nobody else can. I do think there might be some jealousy around that and for people in your personal world. But one big thing, like, you'll know who this person is because you will not only begin to love who you are more and more, but you'll also feel very you'll recognize there's my life before I met this person and there's my life after this person was in my life. It's like they're two different worlds. And one thing I wanted to mention before we go into the tarot, I know we've been talking for a minute, these are just super, super fascinating energies, and I'm very intellectually stimulated. I feel like a dog, like with like a Kong filled with peanut butter, and I'm just like going at it. I'm like, I guess spirit decided I needed a very intellectually stimulating reading today, because this is fascinating. But the one thing that I did want to mention is that, you know, for one of you, we have the poet, and for the other, we have the maiden. And so I feel like one of you has a more defined purpose or role or focus. It doesn't have to be poetry, but it could be something like, oh, I am an artist, I am a creator, I am a chef. I like there's something that the poet person does that they do define them, like, is part of their identity, whereas I feel like the maiden person is still figuring out what that is for themselves. Like the maiden person, their identity is more centered around who they are, what they look like, and where they're at in their life. And that's mainly because the poet person is going to be the influence that inspires them to really start exploring and discovering who they are, what they want, and what they are passionate about, what they do want to do in the world. Because I feel like the maiden person has and will, even once they know the poet person, be pursuing and involved in things that don't really resonate with what the maiden person truly wants to do, but they're following it because it makes the most financial sense, because people won't question them, because it's safe, because it's easy, because they don't know what else they want to do, so this is just what we're doing. The poet helps the maiden live life with a lot more intention and focus than before. And the maiden person inspires the poet to step beyond their own perspective and act and just do things that the poet person wouldn't organically do on their own because they wouldn't even think of it. So the poet gets an expanded understanding of self, but the maiden gets the pathway into exploring their inner world in a safe place, and having the sounding board of the poet to help themselves kind of guide and explore and find that purpose organically. I'm sorry I paused. It's just because I noticed that we got Poe and Poet, which I know feels like no shit, but I'm like, damn, Edgar Allan Poe really coming out here with the... Like, why do people have names that fit what they do? It's just, like, crazy to me. I don't know. But Edgar Allan Poe, if that isn't the most poet-ass name in existence, I don't know what it is. Okay, so while I am shuffling, if you've been enjoying this reading, thank you for leaving me a like, subscribing if you haven't already, and commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates. All of that is super helpful, so thank you to everyone who does that. If it is on or before October 5th, sign-ups for Cards and Stars reopened, so this is your last chance. If you've needed a sign up, this is it. This is your last chance. If you reach out to me after this asking to join, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Okay, anything else? Oh, just that I love and adore you, and I love and adore this energy, and I think this reading is really cool, and I'm having a great time. And these readings have been really cool so far, so I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope it's made sense. Okay, so what element of this bond between the maiden and the poet is bound by fate, please? So we have the Nine of Swords. Okay, that's really interesting. So both of you are meant to experience deep anguish. And I know that's not something that everybody wants to hear, but what I am saying for this is that I do feel like this deep anguish is actually what's supposed to bring you both into each other's lives, or this deep anguish is something that you bring into this connection. And that experience is not only something that you guys bond over, because just having that understanding, I mean, anyone who struggled with, mental illness, for example, you can tell when someone hasn't dealt with it themselves because of how they talk about it and how they treat you, right? So I do feel like both of you are going to have a level of sensitivity and understanding and gentleness towards each other because you get where the other comes from. And I think actually too, one thing that might be sobering or eye-opening is that, maybe the two of you judge one another initially or assume things about the other initially because of what type of person the other person is. And so it's one of those things where you're like, oh wow, we can be vastly different people but still experiencing the same anguish over the same things. I do also feel like one aspect of this connection that's bound by fate is that if this is a type of connection where there are periods of separation or periods of like not interacting in the physical world for a time, those time periods are significant because what they're doing is they're calling you to look within, to address something, to see something about yourself and your own world that you may not be seeing. There is an aspect of connections like this where, and this is not meant to last forever, but it does last for a time, where there is almost this obsessiveness and attachment that, like, yes, nobody would describe as healthy, but is a very powerful catalyst for growth, expansion, understanding, change, and awareness. Like, if the energy wasn't this intense, you wouldn't know what it was trying to show you. So one aspect of this connection that's bound by fate is the process of coming into union with yourselves and each other. And the union elements are less about like, oh, okay, we are officially dating or we're officially doing this. And it has a lot more to do with security and confidence in the connection with each other, owning and recognizing the love that you have for the other, for yourself in general. When there are times where you guys are not interacting, it's typically going to be from a fearful place, not wanting to be rejected by the other, an uncertainty, something like that. Those periods of growth are necessary and important. However, the amount of them, the frequency of them, and the length of them is heavily dependent on how you both respond and interact with this energy. So what I'm saying might be getting a bit confusing, so I'm like trying to think of how to rephrase it. Essentially, coming into union with this person in the physical, like that is something that you're meant to do in this lifetime with this person. If you have a very specific idea of what you think union should be, pay attention to that, because that might make these periods of disconnection or separation, if they exist, that might make them more challenging or make them last longer, because there might be expectations around how things need to happen, what things should look like, how y'all need to show up. But essentially, if there are any points or periods where you guys are disconnected, where you are obsessing over this situation and trying to get answers, this is fate getting you to look at what needs to be addressed within you. When you feel gripped by the energy and the experience of the other person, that is not happening because you're meant to be looking at the other person. That is happening because you are meant to be looking at yourself, and the other person is your mirror. So you're looking into the mirror to see what you need to see about yourself. So, and an excellent example of this is when you look in a mirror, a physical mirror, if you want something in the mirror to change, who has to make those changes? You. So the aspect that's bound by fate is the process of coming into union with each other, yourselves, and the world around you. I would assume that what you do in your union is free will, but I do feel like your souls had this agreement where union on earth together was something you wanted to experience in this lifetime. So I do think that, you know, the fear, the anguish, the uncertainty of what if this doesn't happen? What if it all falls apart? What if I get heartbroken? Those are all very valid questions. All of those questions have answers within you, and they have less to do with the thing happening and more about what is the fear of this thing happening telling me about a vulnerability, an insecurity, or a fear that I have that I feel incapable of, that I am not acknowledging, or that is creating this deep fear of the thing happening. What within me makes me feel like I cannot handle one of these outcomes? And one thing you're going to find is that the more in alignment you are with yourself, the more you do, when you are feeling invested in the other person and obsessing over them or something like that, when you do look at yourself and when you do kind of start digging, you're going to notice that hold eases. That doesn't change the feelings you have for them, but it does change the level of urgency and the level of fear with which you are holding on and grasping at the energy of the connection, or grasping for understanding, or yearning for answers. I do think in general, both of you chose in this lifetime to experience isolation and experience the pain that comes from not being seen, not being witnessed, not being understood, and being forced to play certain roles, or being pigeonholed into certain roles or expectations because of who you were born as, or who other people think you are. I definitely think you guys are kind of fated to have this fear and anguish and just like the human experience of crippling darkness and like mental madness that just can kind of eat you alive and you know, make you write some crazy ass shit like Edgar Allan Poe did. All of that, like, that is something you guys chose to experience because, number one, that essence and energy gets you into union a hell of a lot faster than something just vaguely bothering you for whatever reason. It's a lot easier to ignore that impulse. It's a lot easier to ignore what something is trying to tell you when it isn't so intense you can't ignore it. But also, there is a purification process happening for both of you where when there are times where you're interacting less, or where you're out of sync, or just disconnected, you are learning valuable things and purifying aspects within you that could be potentially problematic in relation with the other. It's almost like you're purifying that and stopping problems in their tracks that could be significant or harmful with one another. It's almost like learning the hard lessons on your own so that you don't even have like memories of learning hard lessons with the other. And one thing that I will say too is, if separation occurs because one of you is not interacting with the other, is not engaging with the connection, honor that, because that might actually be better than interacting with them. Because depending on where you guys are at consciousness wise, if you're very much in your egos, you might actually cause more harm and division interacting with one another than you would coming together when you're in a more centered and loving place. Essentially, the fated part, and there was another message that I got, which was the fated part of this bond are the things that you stress over, that you're afraid won't happen. Those are the parts that are fated, which is what makes this ironic, because maybe one of the deepest stressors you have is what if they don't feel the same way as me? What if they're not truly, what if this doesn't work out? You know, what if? First of all, none of that is helpful. And second of all, there's a reason why the stakes feel so intense, and that's because it's a part of your soul contract. So it literally feels like wrong. And I guarantee if you've walked away from this situation, or if you've walked away from, or if you've been like, I'm done, whatever, F this shit, you've kind of come back to a place of, you almost forget that you were there. The things you are so deeply afraid of not happening, or are deeply afraid won't come to fruition, I think those are the things that are fated. And so what fate's really trying to get both of you to do is to look at those things that you are so afraid of not happening, and seeing how they stop you in your tracks, how they shift and alter your behavior, how they keep you small, how they keep you fearful, how they keep you in a place of ego rather than a place of heart. It's quite literally giving you the opportunity to respond to fear in a more loving way, and engage with life in a way where you are free. Because you're technically not trapped or bound to this person. This connection in this situation, when it's in union, It's not grabby, it's not yearning, it's not fearful, it's peaceful, it's consistent, it's loving, it's stable, it's easy. And the truth is that when you guys are interacting with one another from a place of authenticity, things are really easy. But if one of you is in ego, if both of you are in ego, if both of you are afraid, if both of you are in a place of like, oh, I don't want the other to reject me, I don't know what's going to happen, this is all intense and overwhelming and scary, it is going to be harder to open up and be authentic. It's going to take time for you guys to open up. But that's a beautiful part of the process, because once you are in union with them, you're going to understand so much more, and you're going to have moments of like, wow, I'm actually really glad that, you know, this certain thing didn't happen, or we weren't talking at this time, or, you know, that there were these difficulties in engaging with one another, because if we were, this thing would have happened, or, oh, the other person was really in a state at that time where they could have, you know, been harmful towards me. Oh, it wouldn't have been conducive or helpful to have them around. So yeah, this is what's really powerful about it. I could literally go into this Nine of Swords for 10 fucking years. So we're gonna go into the next aspect of it, because I could literally, I haven't done a reading like this where there's just, where's the beef? It's in these 3 readings. I haven't done the 3rd one yet, but I'm assuming I'm getting all my red meat for the year in this reading. Okay, so what aspects of the bond between group 2 and this other person, what aspects of this bond are influenced by the free will of group 2? Yup, the timing of how quickly you come into union. What the fuck did I say? I love being correct. But this is the hard and important thing to understand. If you have a label on this connection, I implore you to throw that label into the river. Labels are only as helpful. Labels can only be so helpful, and then they can actually be harmful. There might be certain ideas you've picked up on, and beliefs you picked up on based on labels that maybe are not helpful or supportive for you. One of the things that I would ask you is, would you accept or tolerate behavior from someone that you wouldn't tolerate or accept from others because they have a specific label? If you would, I would question that. That being said, what is free will here is how willing you are to engage with what the connection is trying to show you when you are in the period before you come into union. And like, I think one big important thing to understand is that coming into union isn't an external event. It is an internal shift that you embody and maintain and have faith in and believe in, and you see the union unfold in your eyes. And the thing is that you will be in union, and it won't be what other people think of as union. And then as you maintain that energetic state of union with yourself and union of what you have faith in, you're going to see that union unfold over time. And you're going to see that your behaviors with the other they get easier over time. They get more intuitive. You have less fear, you know. It's really a process. Like, this whole thing is a process of eroding the fear that blocks true intimacy and connection, and within the two of you with yourselves, and between the two of you with each other. So like I said, what is up to free will is how much you are willing to engage with what the connection is trying to show you. And I really do think that the purpose of this connection right now is either to come into union or to continue maintaining union energy. Like, union and unity is the name of the game when it comes to this connection and this reading. The thing is I definitely think this is an example of both a lifetime thing and a for now thing, because I feel like you guys are in the process of coming into an earthly physical union with each other. And I would say you guys are already in union with each other because, well, yeah, you guys are already in union with each other. That's where you need to start, because that belief is what is going to get everything moving. But it is also like, but if the energy is too much, if you're like, I need a break, or I want to walk away from this entirely, you can. I feel like if you want to walk away from it entirely, I am going to be honest with you. I do think that there is part of you. I mean, your heart will truly, if your heart was truly meant to release something, it will. If a plan is truly changing, you can make it happen. But I think that when you walk away from this situation and what it's trying to show you about yourself, you are going to you're going to find that life slows down. You feel like you're moving in molasses, you feel lost and disconnected from yourself, and you feel confused. And that's because the biggest and most important thing to understand about this bond and the purpose of this bond is that it's not about them. It's about you. Like, it's all about you, actually. And when you integrate the lessons about you, it makes connecting with them all the more blissful, all the more meaningful, all the more easy. And things speed up. So also, what is free will is what you want to create with this person, what you want to invest with them. So, for those of you that are this person is in your life, you guys are with one another, whatever the case may be, the things you guys want to create, the things that you guys want to invest in, the things that you guys want to build, that is up to you. And the timing of how quickly that happens depends on how much time you invest into these things and how much tending to it you do. So a lot of the free will elements here really just have to do with timing and the actions you choose to make towards a goal. The more you consciously work with what an energy is trying to inspire or get you to see, the sooner you're going to see things change, the faster you're going to see results, and the more quickly you're going to see shifts in the other person as well. I think one thing you'll find is that when you change, the mirror does too. So your mirror does too. Okay, so how is this bond asking the two of you to grow at this time, please? Yeah, and we have the Emperor. This bond is asking you to take charge, both of you to take charge in your life in ways where you stop being complacent about the things that you know you need to change or the things you know you need to do. Another way in which you're being called to grow is to stop waiting for the other person to do something and for you to start initiating things yourself. And while that might seem daunting to the version of you right now, if you see this person as, say, your future spouse, would you feel any qualms about telling your future spouse about that? If no, then start treating them. And then a good place to start is start opening up more. Start sharing a little bit more than you would and see how that shifts things. But I guess we don't need to really talk about, I guess if you guys are already in union, then I would say that you guys are just stepping into your own roles. Well, you guys are already in union, but I think as I'm giving this reading, I feel like there is this pattern emerging where the vast majority of you believe that you are not in union or are trying to get into union. So the biggest secret is, number one, shift your belief to I am in union and really feel what that feels like, and focus on bringing more unity to your inner and outer worlds. Use your mirror as inspiration. Both of you have definitely observed the other plenty, even when you haven't been talking, either through social media or whatever. So you guys definitely have enough of reference of the other's lives, even if you're not directly interacting with one another at this time. You should at the very least have inspiration of things you can do to embody more of the qualities that the other does naturally. But that being said, you two are being asked to grow in a way where you step into your power and look at where you've been disempowering yourself from a place of beliefs, where you've been giving your power away to aspects that you can't control, focusing on where your power is and where it isn't, so that you don't waste your energy or your power. I also think that you are being called to take initiative and to stop waiting for the other person to do things, and to take initiative in what you know you need to change, or what you know, where you know you can grow already. I also would say as well, let go of control, of feeling like you need to know how everything is going to happen, feeling like you need to know what the next steps are, feeling like if you're not on top of everything and hypervigilant, then it won't happen, because that's not true. You're being asked to grow in ways where you know what you're supposed to be doing. Beyond that, let go and let God. I would also say as well, there is a call for you to pay attention to the things that you know that need to be done, and how your emotional body may make those tasks more daunting, or may stop you from taking that action, because the fear of the response or the fear of what might happen is stronger than your conviction, and you know what needs to be done. Like, for example, the emperor. An emperor is not going to be concerned that someone is upset because they made a necessary change for the good of everyone. The emperor takes his feelings out when he is making decisions for the good of himself, of what he rules over, his kingdom. And so for you, you might have to look at where your emotions are keeping you stuck, or where your emotions are stopping you from looking at where you could be taking action or taking control now. It kind of reminds me, if you've ever seen that meme of that guy that's sitting in like 3 feet of water, and you can only like see his face poking out of the water, so it looks like he can't, like, so he looks like he's about to drown, or he can't swim, but then you see he's only sitting in like 3 feet of water and he just needs to stand up. The intensity of the connection itself will be something that will cause you to be that guy sometimes. Like, that just, it's heavy and it's scary and it's intense and it's a lot. But the thing is that nothing will feel better than harnessing what that intense energy is trying to show you, and recognizing how it actually makes you more powerful. And when you heed what it's trying to show you, not only do things move forward a lot more quickly, but you feel more confident in yourself and your ability to handle challenge, and you give less of an F about doing what you need to do for the sake of you and what's best for you, because you fully recognize that it feels better to do what you know you should be doing, to do what empowers you, to do what feels good. That feels better than the discomfort of upsetting others from the decisions you make, or having others criticize, or, feel like they don't understand why you're doing something. I would also say, have conviction. One place in where you're both being asked to grow is to have conviction in this connection in general. I think both of you underestimate the value of the other in your lives. And I also think both of you give other people too much influence in terms of their opinions of this connection. I would actually highly encourage y'all to place strong boundaries around this connection in terms of who you share information with, and who you feel comfortable like asking advice, and just being open to input from. Because I think while there may be a lot of well-meaning people around the both of you, I think that while those people may be well-meaning, they may not have the guidance that's right for you. And I think ultimately the guidance that's right for you is within you. And I would be willing to bet a lot of the things that I've said resonate with things within you. You just haven't had anyone outside of you. I get a lot of you are the poet. You just haven't had someone outside of you to confirm that. So I feel like where you're both being called to grow is to have conviction in the inner urges that are calling you. Have conviction in what you feel in your heart of hearts to be true. Because I promise you, you will not regret doing that. And also, you will feel more and more confident in those truths the less you hand them over to others to validate whether they believe it's true or not as well. You are in control of how much information and how much access people have to this process and what you're doing and what's going on. Be sure to protect it. Also, If you've never checked out K Moon's channel, you really should, because the point of union for counterparts is through the sign of Aries, which Aries is connected to the Emperor. So if you want to come into union with this person, so the more you connect with yourself and come into a deeper level of harmony and congruence with yourself, the more you will find that you come into deeper harmony and congruence with this other person. It's magic, I'm telling you. You just have to trust in it and have conviction in yourself and be willing to initiate. And if there are emotional blockages that are getting in the way, start by taking your power back, by giving those emotions space and doing what you can to flow with them so that you see the wisdom in them and are able to flow more. Okay. I've got a bad case of can't shut the fuck up-itis today. Okay, so what does group 2 need to know about their bond with this person moving forward? Yup, 7 of Swords. Your mind and your fears are the 2 biggest deterrents to union. And one big way that you know that that's true is think about how your mind cock blocks your intuition and your emotions. If your mind and what you thought was correct all the time, don't you think you would feel unified within yourself already? What you need to know is that the single biggest disconnect for both of you when it comes to coming into union with yourselves is the assumptions you project onto the other, the illusions you buy into about your worth and about what's true and what's possible for you, and whatever misguided ideas you both have about what you think is right or about what you think is safe, or what you do out of a fear of being betrayed or something happening that you don't even know will ever. Your mind is the biggest opponent and blockage to intimacy with yourself and to intimacy with this person. More often than not, though, you will not regret acting from the heart, even when your mind is like, whoa, this is scary. The mind will try to convince you left and right not to do something because that's your ego talking. The ego is a special, cool thing because it allows us to have a sense of self, to, be a defined thing beyond the rest of the world. But at the same time, it is kind of an illusion. Like, we are connected to everything and we are the essence of everything else. And one of the biggest illusions that you've been harboring under is this idea that this other person doesn't feel the same way as they do with you. And here's what I will say. Maybe the person that you're asking about, or the person that you think this is, maybe that is right. Maybe they're not the right person for you. But if you've sat through this entire reading and this resonates and you know this is true, then you definitely have a counterpart like this out there, even if it's not the person that you thought it was. But I would say for a lot of you, you'll know that this is the person because number 1, you'll just know. Number 2, as you change and grow, they change and grow. And number 3, you know that even if you guys aren't always perfect, they have never had malicious or harmful intentions towards you. Like, they've never wanted to intentionally cause you harm or intentionally cause you pain, and vice versa. And you'll know. Time is the biggest indicator, but the biggest thing you need to know is that your mind is your biggest hater when it comes to union, because your mind loves to be separate from everything else. Your mind loves to have the attention, and when I say your mind, I mean most minds. Loves to have the attention, loves to rule the roost, loves to be heard and have it, and you know what I mean? The mind loves to take up all the internal space. So the more you start to see how the mind is just echoing the fears you have and creating illusions that make it paralyzing or terrifying to act on, the more you can start to see those for what they are, the more liberated you will feel, the easier it will be for you to take action, and the easier it will be for you to find clarity in your own truths and get clear on what the universe is trying to communicate with you, or what the connection might be trying to communicate to you, because you're no longer trying to figure it out. You're instead sitting in a place of receptivity and listening instead. Don't feel like you have to understand everything. In fact, commit to not understanding things, and instead commit to trusting what your heart is guiding you to do, and commit to that authenticity, because your purpose, this soul bond's purpose right now, is for you guys to just come into union. If you've never seen my union reading, you need to see it. It is one of the best readings I've ever made. It's 6 hours long, and it's really fucking good. And I will say from personal experience, everything that I have preached about this topic comes from personal experience, and comes from a level of, I've been here, I have seen the results and the change for myself. I know that it's possible for you too. And truly the biggest and most powerful shift that I have undertaken in my own life and in my own world has just been having faith and being at peace with the truth that I know is inevitable. And that inevitability has shown itself more and more and more and more and more, to the point where it's the truth that I was manifesting and that I knew would exist is pure and undeniable, and it'll be the same for you. I absolutely promise you that. And if you want to work on anything else, just having a healthy level of self-esteem and self-worth will be great too. So, I can't believe I have another reading to do after this. But you know what? I'm game. I'm here. Like, these are bomb readings. I love soul readings. This stuff is so cool. Okay, so we are gonna finish your reading off with charms, letters, and numbers. So these can be confirmation of who this person is, confirmation that it's your reading, signs that are significant, symbols that are significant to this connection, and any final guidance. So, yeehaw. Okay, we got a lot. All right, well, what did I say about this connection being heavily influenced by time? Like, I say all the time that divine timing is not a date in the calendar. It is created every day through our actions or lack thereof. So if you want things to move faster, what have you been avoiding or ignoring? If you want to, so basically you're going to learn a lot of lessons through time. Also, Alice in Wonderland could be significant for some reason. Okay, so let's do letters and numbers. So we have a number 3. I'm not even going to try to move that. We have an H. We have an F. We have a 5. We have an X. We have a J and an L. We have no vowels so far. We have a 0, 503, 305. Mr. 305. Okay, Mr. Worldwide. Any Pitbull songs. Also, you know what? If you want a lesson in high vibe consciousness, listen to any interview of Pitbull's. Okay, like Pitbull is such good vibes. And he has a lot of very inspirational things to say. Like, in one of his songs, even recently, he dropped bars, the only virus, something about fear being a virus. I don't know, but Pitbull is the shit. Or maybe a Pitbull dog is significant. We also have B. I'm gonna have a BF. If you've never seen White Chicks, you do not know that BF means bitch fit. And you should, and this is your sign that you do need to watch White Chicks. It is not only a cultural experience, but it's just a great movie. And as a white chick myself, I approve of it. It's absolutely hysterical. We also have, the letter M. We have the letter, well, I guess this is technically a W, but you can leave it as an M. We have an N, and we have an I. So the name Finn could be significant. The name Minna or Minnie, the name Lynn, June, or the last name Jin. not a whole lot of vowels to work with here. So bows could be significant. And now I'm seeing the word fib, and then we have this not gonna lie pen, which comes from the Queen, Miss Hermit Tarot. And I do think that that is really significant, because one of the things that's really powerful and special about your bond and this connection is that you guys can't lie to each other. And if you do, the other will sense it immediately. Like, this connection also, though, reveals the lies that you tell yourself. It reveals the lies that you buy into out of fear or out of a desire to feel like you're in control. And I also think that this connection is just really powerful, because anything that isn't the truth, that isn't soul level truth, it will be revealed and it will be dissolved. But one of the things about this situation is that if this person is truly your person, like, the love that they have for you is not going to be hidden from you forever. In fact, it will likely be quite apparent, and it probably already is apparent. You probably just doubt it or have a hard time recognizing it, because it doesn't look like, because it's not put in a neat little romantic, this is what love looks like box. Sometimes love looks like a messy breakdown because you don't know how to handle or tolerate the intense nature of the energy you're experiencing for another person. Just realized there's another fortune cookie there. But we also have the drums here. So drums, like, playing them could be significant. I do think that both of you are very attracted to one another and will enjoy banging one another. But I also think that the energy of this connection is very loud. So, you know, so the connection is going to utilize that in order to get you to see things. So when you need to see something about yourself, if you've been neglecting yourself, you're probably going to start thinking about your person a lot. If you feel this unending urge to do something, and you don't quite understand why, there might be a reason for it. And I also think that your heart rate might even change around this person. Maybe faster because you're nervous, or maybe it slows down because their presence calms you. I would say the former, when this connection is newer, and the latter, when you guys are secure in the bond with each other. Yeah, there's a rhythm to your connection, and that rhythm changes based on the momentum you both have individually. We also have the Eiffel Tower here. And so the number 888 can be significant because it was erected in 1888. Paris, France could be significant. Travel could be significant if you're not from Paris or France. This is an American ass interpretation, but I mean, let's be honest. The concept of surrender and France they kind of tend to go hand in hand. And so with that being said, I do think that a big part of a huge guidance message here is about surrendering what you can't control, and also surrendering the fears that get in your way. I really do love that they use the Eiffel Tower as surrender. That's so fucking funny to me. Listen, my country is way more deserving of criticism. I just think it's so funny. Yeah. Okay, what else do we have? To the moon and back. Yeah, so I definitely think that, like, the love that you guys have for each other is really special. Maybe to the moon and back is like something you guys will say to each other. Oh, and another thing with the Eiffel Tower is that when it was originally built for the World's Fair in 1888, the French were like, no. No Eiffel Tower. Yeah, that's my perfect French accent. Were you guys like, whoa, like, did a French person possess Azo for like 10 seconds? No. they hated it. They thought it was an eyesore and they thought it sucked. And now it's one of the most iconic elements of Paris. I mean, you see that, the Eiffel Tower, you think Paris. So this connection may start out as something that's like the worst thing that ever happened to you, or, oh my God, like, why is this person in my life? Like, why is this happening to me? This is awful. And it turns into one of the most iconic, best parts of your life that you have. So yeah. Also, City of Light. So I do think that there's a lot of light in this connection, and a lot of beauty and a lot of joy that you will bring to others through your connection. And in saying that, it made me think of the song Blinding Lights by The Weeknd. Okay. We also have this dinosaur. So I do think that you guys go back a lot further. Like, your souls go beyond this lifetime. I feel like you guys have a lot of history. Also, the Land Before Time might be significant. And I also just think as well, like, oh, yes. So if you feel like coming into union, or like the union that you are manifesting, what you want that to look like, if you feel like it is taking you too long, number one, you should trust the universe's guidance for you. The only thing that's going to cause you to not trust it is overthinking in the mental body, because the universe is going to give you that guidance. But there is no better manifester than the universe, okay? This planet that we reside on right now, it took 1 billion years for Earth to have the atmospheric conditions possible for life. And I'm not talking human life. I'm talking like very early, like bacteria, early, like little, like the earliest creatures. I mean, they didn't have any form of protection. They were like very soft. Like they were kind of like coral-y-esque things. 1 billion years just for that. So if God, the universe, spirit is trying to manifest human life, it took 1 billion years just to get the atmospheric conditions, which is only one element of allowing life to happen. And that doesn't even start the process of evolution and getting to humans. So the point of all that to say, when you don't trust what the universe is telling you, you are quite literally not trusting the master of manifestation over, you're trusting your own fears over the master of manifestation. But also, at least your manifestation will not take 1 billion years. Actually, your manifestation is 1 million times quicker. And we perceive it as being slow because we're humans, we're impatient, we love instant gratification, and we have a limited perspective, especially because we experience space and time linearly. But use that understanding of linear space and time to recognize, well, damn, at least I don't have to wait 1 billion years just to get one component of this connection into union. In fact, it's going to be way, 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 way less than that. But there's a reason why you're not being given a specific time frame. And that's because if you did, it would alter your actions and actually make things slower. Not knowing exactly when is really helpful because that influences you to take the most action now. Okay, we gotta keep going. Let's see what else. Yeah, we have the Hanged Man. So another sign of surrender and another sign of shifting your perspective. And the fact that it came out in reverse, I do feel like when things are not moving forward and you want them to move forward, that may be a sign for you to slow down or look at things from a different perspective, because there may be a reason for that. Like, for sure. And we also have the Sun. Yeah, I do think that not only are things going to work out, but like I feel like the lightness and beauty that you sense between the two of you and that you sense having throughout your life, like you can and you will have that. I apologize for those of you that are already in union with this person, that already know a lot of this. It seems like this morphed into a reading more so for those who are not in union, well, who are in union with this person and are just integrating that awareness into their consciousness because they're ready for it. There's a lot of just joy and beauty and lightness. Like, there's a lot of positivity projected into your future, and like, I think that you need to stop asking, what if the worst happens? And instead start asking, what if this is everything I wanted? I will say, I really do not regret the choices that I've made in my life and in my world. And the beliefs that I had about what I saw for the future, and having those actually come to fruition and validate everything that I felt, even though it took time to get there, and realistically, like, not that long, but a minute in human terms. It just makes me so happy that I had the conviction to follow what I felt to be true over feeling like I needed to do things a certain way, or give up or play things safe or settle for something that wouldn't make me really happy. So don't settle. Like, the biggest guidance here is don't settle. And when you can't understand why you're somewhere, try looking at things from a different perspective, or stop trying to figure it out altogether, and relish in the blissful ignorance and wait for your intuition to actually guide you to do something, or wait for there to be a knowingness that you should do something. Oh my God, I'm like kind of scared to see how long this reading is going to be, but I guess for those of you that love my long readings, yeah, maintain a sense of humor to lighten difficult moments. Yeah, like when those times when things get tough, like definitely feel free to laugh, like do what you can to make the moment lighter. And I also think that any difficult moments you've already experienced, or if you are in a difficult moment with this person right now, know that you will look back on these times and laugh and be like, wow, I can't believe, wow, like, I wish I could have told myself, like, that everything would be okay. And if you ever have moments where shit is really shitty, getting real eloquent now, and you're like, I wish I knew, but for whatever reason you feel like it'll all be okay and you don't know why, even though it feels like the world is crumbling around you, like there's a part of you on an intuitive level that just feels deep peace and like knows that everything's going to be okay. I can almost guarantee you that's your future self sending messages to your present self, being basically confirming what you feel intuitively, being like, oh, okay, yeah, everything is okay. Like, when you have that conviction and you don't know why, trust it's your future self coming back to be like, yo, you're right. You can trust it. Okay, well, shrimp wontons could be significant. And we have the numbers 32, 33, 36, 5, 55, 10. So 555, I think, is really big for you guys, especially because 555 is all about change. So you can take 555 as confirmation of changes happening. Things are difficult before they are easy. Holy shit. Okay, so, and that coming underneath the key to your union with this person is within you and has to do with you. And also, the key to unlocking a lot of answers about different elements of life, of your path, of the world, are involved with one another. And I do think that this connection will open doors for the both of you that you would have never had access to if you hadn't met the other. But the fact that this says all things are difficult before they are easy validates and confirms to me what I told you, that things will get easier and easier. And also, like, what's fated are for the fated element of this connection, the worst parts, the hardest parts, you're doing it first, that you don't have to spend your time together working stuff out unnecessary. Like, you're working stuff out so that you can just spend time together feeling good and having fun and having things be easy. It's like you guys are doing your homework as soon as you get home from school so that you can enjoy the rest of the evening, instead of being me and waiting until the very last minute, like on the bus, to do your homework, right? Okay, numbers here, we have another 555, 5, 18, 13, 33, 55, 53. So 3s and 5s, which 3s are all about learning and mastery and growth, teaching. 5s are change, so 3s and 5s. And we did have Mr. 305, so Miami, Florida could be significant. Or maybe Florida in general, or like I said, Pitbull. And finally, a stronger sense of self is near. If that ain't confirmation that you're already in deep reunion with yourself, I don't know what is. But I would also say that if your sense of self, a stronger sense of self is near, a stronger sense of this other person is near as well. So be sure to practice some gratitude for how far you've come and for, you know, just all this the unseen support you may not realize is there because you're stuck in worry or something like that. And the numbers that we have there are 10, 9, 36, 39, 23, 51. Holy moly, an hour and a half. I was like, oh my gosh, is this gonna be 2 hours? No, only a feature-length film, not a feature-length film where you go, oh, it's 2 hours. Okay. Group 2. If it's not a sign that you are worthy of the love you yearn for, that I can enjoy happily an hour and a half with you and it feel like 45 minutes, take that as a sign. Like, you're so much greater than you realize. But group 2, that is where I'm gonna leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching and for leaving this a like and for letting the ads play in the background while you do something else, at least for the first 30 seconds, because those are super helpful and easy ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. Not only does that help this video reach all those that are meant to see it, it helps me know what you guys enjoy, and it also helps me keep these readings free and not have to take like sponsorships and stuff like that. Other ways to support, if it's before or on October 5th, signing up for Cards and Stars is going to be super helpful. And also it's just a great opportunity if you've wanted to pick my brain or, you know, are ready to learn. You do get lifetime access to the course. So if you're not ready, if you don't have the time right now, it will still be there when you're ready. You can check out social media, merch, candles, all that juicy jazz. Sign up for my email list. If you ever, like, if I ever open personal readings, my email list is getting privilege, and I can guarantee you that that announcement is not going to leave the email list. So if, also I give freebies there and like lots of other fun stuff. So definitely sign up for that, because there's a freebie coming soon, and I feel really bad for the people that unsubscribe because they're not going to get that freebie. You can leave me a tip. Cashapp is palehag. PayPal is my email. You can send me love. I'm sending you love right back. You can share me with a friend and all that jazz. But that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. This was a really wonderful reading, and I really hope that this helped you guys out. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching. By the way, I just noticed that the word win is on here. So winnie, but also like you guys are going to win. This manifestation madness, you are gonna win. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's a final message. Yeah, I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope it helped you, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Ametrine Dragon Carving and the 5 Cent Tarot, this is going to be your reading on why this person is in your life, the soul bond you have with them, or a soul bond that you do have with a person who will be in your life if you haven't met them yet. So I'm gonna lay these cards out and we're gonna get into your reading. Okay, so full breakdown of the reading in the intro, but I hope you brought your popcorn because these have been quite long. Person A is going to be the creator, and they are over here with sensitivity and the King of Pentacles, and person B is the one over here with learning and the Page of Swords. And the connecting energies between the two of you are in the center, and these represent the nature and purpose of your soul bond at this time or in this lifetime. So I'm really obsessed with this energy, and part of the reason why this reading makes me excited is because I watched The Matrix for the first time recently. I know you've never seen The Matrix. No, I hadn't. I was rotting my brain with other content. But I have, and it's great. It's excellent. The body horror is a little bit much, but considering computers were mostly hardware back then, it makes sense. That being said, though, the context of that movie is greatly going to influence this reading, and it actually makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to start with person A, the creator. Oh, and by the way, if you can't find your energy in either of these groups, I would try a different one. If you see yourself in both energies, that is indicative of mirroring. You either know who you mirror with, or you'll know who this person is, or if you haven't met them yet, if you don't know who this is because you haven't met them yet, if you have a side that resonates. And if both sides resonate and you don't know someone else who you could be mirroring with, it's because you haven't met that person you're mirroring with yet. This is not supposed to be you about you. I mean, if you want to take that meaning, fine, but that's not the intention and that's not the point. And you also may be blocking out a very real reality that someone is mirroring you because of that. Just letting you know. And then obviously if neither side resonates, not your group. Okay, so creator person. This creator person is very interesting. I mean, they could literally be a creator for a living. They're definitely a creative person in general. They have kind of magician energy. But this is someone who has done the impossible, or at least what other people see as impossible. This is someone who's created their own way in life, and it has led to powerful results materially. I feel like this person has created their own wealth or created their own level of success through their own personal connection with spirit and through their own connection to their creativity. I definitely think that this is someone who has experienced uncanny success for their age, or uncanny success for anyone's age. And this is definitely further compounded by the fact that this creator person did it on their own. And I would say that this creator person is probably someone people never expected to achieve something like whatever they've achieved. This creator person is very inspirational. I would also say they're highly attractive and magnetic. And when I'm talking about attractive, yes, they could be physically attractive or be what is considered conventionally attractive. But what's truly attractive about them has very little to do with how they look and has everything to do with the energy they carry and the authenticity that they embody. I definitely think that this creator person is very caring and generous. They are definitely someone who will give the shirt off their back. They are someone who is very generous with their resources. I feel like this is someone who deserves everything that they've earned. Not that you have to be deserving in order to earn, but they have been blessed greatly, and they continue to be blessed because they're generous with what they receive. I feel like with this King of Pentacles as well, this creator person has created a very stable life for themselves. They're very disciplined. They're quite talented and skilled in whatever they do. And I also think that this creator person is part of what really helps them is their sensitivity. I feel like this creator person processes things in their personal world through what they create, but I also think that the creator person gets inspiration through their sensitivity and through their emotions. I definitely think as well their most powerful sense, like I would say this creator is likely highly clairsentient. I'm sure there's also clairvoyance, clairaudience, and things like that there, but feeling is very powerful for this creator person because their emotions definitely gauge their levels of productivity. They also gauge, instead of saying gauge, they also determine what the creator is going to create on any given day. And what they create might be a rest day. It might be, a focus on a big project. It might be a regular day. But with this creator person, they have a strong sense of self-reliance. And I think that this creator person also is a bit isolated because it does seem like they're either an entrepreneur or, even if what they do for work doesn't rely on their creativity, I do think that they still find creative ways to tap into themselves, use their creativity in ways that have given them an edge in whatever it is that they do. And I also would say that if they do like work for a bigger system, or if they are in school or something, I have a hard time believing they're in school, if I'm gonna be completely honest, just because like with this King of Pentacles being here, like this person has reached a level of success. If they're in school, it's like grad school or postgraduate school. Because even they might be older than the one person, but at the same time, they could just be mature for their age. Like the one person could actually be older, but this creator person just has a level of maturity and stability that is unique for their age. Because like, for example, like thinking about this combination, like, yeah, someone, in school maybe could get like an online following and achieve a level of stability. But with that being said, usually a lot of young people that get social media attention and things like that usually aren't the most disciplined and stable. Not all of them, but just when you're that young and a lot of things are happening, it takes a level of wisdom and awareness and self-control to not implode or let that go to your head, or to not make foolish decisions with your resources. So I would say this creator person is somebody who acts with intention. They have a deep connection to their spirituality, and that is what they use to create. Like the reason why this creator is so successful is because they open their heart to a greater force in themselves and let that greater force carry them. They listen to it, they co-created with it, and they have been rewarded handsomely for it. They create from their heart, and they create from a place of authenticity and truth. They are somebody that feels very deeply, and they care greatly. And I also think that they are someone who has learned a lot about creating their own reality. And they have learned a lot about what is and isn't possible. And here's the thing, one of the things that this creator and one person have in common is that they both are here to do the impossible. They are here to make the impossible possible. And they are also here to release self-imposed limitations, test the limitations imposed on them, and expand beyond what is even currently understood about what is possible in the world, what is possible in life, what is possible in creation and in this physical dimension and the spiritual dimensions. You both are here to kind of break the matrix a little bit, not to be that guy. I think it's funny. I hate even saying that because I feel like a lot of the people that say that are shills for the matrix. I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny. I guess it's just I'm of the opinion that barking into a microphone and saying I broke the matrix by waking up at 5 a.m. every day and grinding. I'm like, did you break the matrix, or did you decide to suck the tea to the matrix to get more milk from it? That being said, when it comes to the one person, their energy is coming through as more intentionally vague. And part of the reason why that is because number one, the way that they will be experienced to the creator person will have this feeling like this person is the one. In the sense of like, I do think for the vast majority of you, this is a romantic situation. If it isn't, I would say maybe like a mentorship situation, or a situation where the creator person knew almost immediately, or not almost immediately, but very early on after knowing the one person or meeting the one person, they knew that the one person was very significant and was going to be very significant in their lives. Now, this one person, obviously, if you've seen The Matrix, you know I've been thinking of Neo the whole time, the main character. So this one person, they are here to, you know, like I kind of said, they're here to master their reality and to create their reality very similarly to how the creator has, but differently in the sense that for this one person, it's less about what they create and more about how their decision making shifts as a result of what they learn is possible, and also how their belief systems create an unlimited reality in terms of what they can achieve, the paths that they can follow. The creator person came with a soul blueprint of creation and maybe even specific types of creativity. But the one person came to understand the nature of reality itself. Not that the creator person isn't, but the one person is really here. Their whole thing is that they're like dissolving the boundaries between self and the world around them, realizing that everything is connected, everything is one. And their whole thing is about learning to believe in themselves and achieving the ambitions that they've had since they were very, very young and came into this world too. The creator person came to this world with a spirit that had a vision of what it wanted to create and the impact it wanted to make in this world. The one person came to this world with an idea, with a vision and a direction of what they wanted to do with their life. And whether or not they stuck with it is dependent on whether or not that vision aligns with like their soul and what has meaning to them on a deep level. But they're here to experience, to understand the very nature of reality itself. It's less about creating their reality and more about understanding the nature of reality and understanding how there is no separation between themselves and the world around them. There is no separation between them and others. It's such a deep level of union with their environment that the binds of ego and the belief systems that keep them stuck have no choice but to dissolve. And I think the thing is here too is that both of these souls came into this world with a great level of power. And for the creator person, there's a lot more fluidity when it comes to bridging your inspiration into a creation in the third dimension and then receiving resources, money, support, acclaim, whatever, as a result. Their challenge is getting into a place of oneness, getting into union with the one, whereas the one's challenge is they want what the creator has, but what they're not seeing is in order to create effortlessly the way that the creator does, the one has to understand the process of co-creation with spirit and of oneness. Because also the one's vision of what they want for their future is too small for what they're actually capable of and what's actually possible for them. Not only that though, but I do feel like the one person will come into life with less of an inherent connection to their spiritual side than the creator. That doesn't mean they're not spiritual, and that doesn't mean they can't feel spiritual love, spiritual energy. But I do think the one person maybe was raised in an environment that was a lot stricter when it came to like religion or spirituality or something like that. It's possible they could have had very strict ideas. But also, I feel like the one person comes into this world with a very black and white idea of thinking and with a very straightforward and kind of rigid perspective, likely one that was taught to them and likely one that they believe is the right way to do things, the true way to do things. And the irony is that they feel unworthy of the creator until they feel like they're on the creator's level, because they will also feel this sense of like, oh wow, this creator person, like they're the one, like they're gonna feel this same bond, right? And the irony is like both of you want what the other has, or I guess not necessarily want what the other has, but both of you, let me put it this way. The one will immediately, and I mean, it's on sight, they're drawn to the creator, and the more they get to know the creator, the more that they're like obsessed with the creator, not in a scary way, but just in a like, wow, you are amazing, you are full of surprises, you are so intellectually stimulating, like they're gonna love the conversation. Like you guys, you'll know who this is because you guys have amazing conversations. You'll know who this is because there's just nothing like being in each other's presence. Like it just, you guys feel at home with one another. It feels good to be around each other. Sure, early on there might be nerves and uneasiness and things like that, miscommunications, misunderstandings, hardships, intensity, things like that. But when you're truly connecting from the heart, not only is connecting very easy, but also there's just a healing element of being in each other's presence. And what I was trying to say earlier that I was having a hard time getting out is that the creator has what the one wants, which is financial success, purpose in career or purpose, meaningful work that one does, meaningful purpose in what's created, to be rewarded for those things, and to just be in a position of stability and success that they're not at yet. So the one has this sense of like, I need to be on the creator's level. I'm not worthy of the creator until I am like them. But the one has very singular and very singular ideas of how success is cultivated and what success should look like. So the irony is that they're trying to achieve what the creator has achieved, but they're trying to achieve it in the way they believe makes the most sense and the way that they think works, which is really ironic because what they're not recognizing is to get creator results, you got to take creator steps. So what's funny is the creator wants unity and closeness with the one person. And they feel like the one person pushes them away, or feels like the one person is unwilling to be open, right? And what they're not seeing is, number one, how what they've cultivated, the uniqueness in what the creator has cultivated for themselves, and the uniqueness and just like the privilege that they're in, and just the uniqueness it is to be in the position that they are at the age that they're at. Like, you know, all of that is very powerful. And I think the creator doesn't realize how what they've achieved creates a level of intimidation for the one and makes the one feel out of their depth. And that might be particularly intimidating if the one is older than the creator, or the one feels like they should be further along, at least in life. And the irony that the one doesn't realize is that all the creator wants is closeness with the one. The creator is like, I would give up everything I've cultivated for myself if it just meant that I could spend more time in closeness with the one. So here's the purpose of this connection and the purpose of your soul bond, at least at this time. But I imagine it will expand a lot over time. Your purpose is to write a new story. Your purpose is to let go of the stories you've told yourself, let go of the ideas you've built about yourselves, and to write and create the story of your union, a romantic union if you have it, or just the story of your bond together over time, the story of what you're creating. You both are able to show the other the stories you tell yourselves that are keeping you trapped, stuck. And you give the other the opportunity to see the blind spots in your vision and ascend beyond those blind spots, have a more unified, holistic vision of yourself, the world, your path, each other, but also to have the clarity, confidence, and conviction to not only create the reality you want, but to change any story about your reality that you don't like, to write a future that you both have, that you both believe in and feel aligned in and see a positive vision for, and to be the sounding board for one another, to make sure what you're writing is aligned with the heart and with kindness and goodness and not shame or your shortcomings or what you still feel you need to do. So, you know, what the further irony here is that the creator can get so focused on where they're not at with the one that they miss out on recognizing just all the blessings and how amazing the life they've already cultivated is. And for the one person, they're not realizing that they could get an abundance of inspiration, resourcefulness, ideas, guidance, and reference points for how to create in their own world that they miss out on because they feel like they need to push away the creator until they're in a good place. They're in a similar place to the creator. So that is the situation before things start to click. And what is meant to click here is the recognition that these two need each other. Part of the purpose of this connection is to get the one to see that love, connection, support are not meant to be withheld until you've earned them. That in fact, love can happen at any time, anywhere, and that in fact, connection and relationships, they can be beneficial immediately. You don't need to wait. And in fact, the one might even hold back because they're afraid of, something bad happening, like a breakup, loss, things like that. And part of what this connection is here to do is to show both the creator and the one that your bond is mutually created, and what you choose to do with that bond, you do have the free will choice to create that story and that reality. Additionally, I feel that one purpose of this connection is to help both of you take inspired action. And inspired action is very different from just doing anything for the sake of it. Inspired action is usually leads to fast results, and usually is something that moves you more quickly than incessant productivity or just pushing and forcing things to happen all the time ever could. So one thing that the one person especially will learn from this bond is when to leave things be and how to be open to divine inspiration and to act on that, and trust that when there is none, maybe you don't have to be doing anything other than what you already know you should be doing. Not only that though, this connection is meant to serve as a bridge between the things you both have and the things that you don't. You guys both bring each other some very powerful and necessary energies that become catalysts for greater wholeness for the both of you individually, but also you become a catalyst. Not a catalyst, you become, this relationship is almost like a portal to new possibilities that you wouldn't be aware of if you didn't have the other for inspiration, and if you didn't have the other to learn the lessons of creation, expansion, manifestation, soul growth. If you didn't have the inspiration of the other, you wouldn't even be led to those places. I definitely think that part of the purpose of this connection that you have been experiencing and are continuing experiencing is likely the process of going from being separate to experiencing true oneness. The one person, they want to experience true oneness with the universe, with another person, in a genuine relationship. But the one person has a ways to go in terms of getting there. And so for the creator person, they bring a level of sensitivity to this connection where when the one person is acting in ways that are hurtful or is missing out on a perspective because they don't have the same sensitivity level, or isn't seeing something that would be helpful for them, the creator person shows the one where their blind spots are, which I think I did already say that you guys like do expose each other's blind spots. But for the one person especially, part of what they are meant to learn about themselves is that they're irreplaceable. And that for the one person, they definitely see the creator person as not only, it's either the creator person or it's no one in the one's mind. Like they also see the creator person as the one, like of all three groups, like this is definitely the most, like this seems the most romantic of them, which I mean, even then they're still very deep and beautiful, but I just see more congruence around like common romantic templates for humans. I feel like both of you see the other as the one, and how quickly y'all know that about each other. I think the creator will see the one person as the one first. And I think the creator will already be in the process of creating the reality where they're in a romantic union with the one person. And the thing is that the one person already wants that, but they believe they're not worthy of it. So a lot of their learning comes down to what self-destructive tendencies do they have that push the creator away. They get to see how those self-destructive tendencies affect the creator, because the creator is sensitive and they share. So that gives them the wisdom to realize how impactful, how their self-destructive tendencies don't just harm themselves, they harm others, even people that they care about. And on top of it, the one person is like, I gotta create a level of affluence and success that the creator has so that I can be worthy and the creator wants me. And it's like, one, babe, creator does want you. In fact, they're creating that reality. So the creator creates the reality of this union that they want. The one person already wants that. They just think they don't deserve it yet. So then the one person is working on learning and growing in ways that help them be open to the creator, that let go of ideas around what they have to be in order to be worthy. And on top of it, they are meant to realize that there is no one else that could stand by the creator. And there is no, what I guess what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to this one person, one thing that they will have to learn, and they will understand over time, is that they are irreplaceable to the creator. And the one person always saw the creator as one of a kind and special. But the one person saw themselves as replaceable, unworthy, not good enough, needing to be on the creator's level before they can be open to pursuing something. So the purpose of this is to show the creator that, number one, you can't slow your life down or put your life on pause or allow yourself to be miserable because you're waiting on the one person to be open to something. You know, it really shows the creator person, hey, let's count our wins. Let's not have our view of what we haven't created yet cloud the beauty of what we've already cultivated and done. Like, the creator is a lot to be proud of and a lot to celebrate about their life. Whereas the one person, they are going to do a lot of learning and growing through the creator person, where however they're showing up, that is not only inauthentic, but keeps them separate from themselves and from the creator. Those behaviors are going to rise to the surface, usually through the creator's sensitivity. The creator is going to serve as a mirror for the one, for them to see where their behaviors are harmful, problematic, or just straight up rooted in illusion. And the one person is going to learn very quickly. Like Neo, they're going to, the more that they believe in themselves, the faster they are going to shift and change. The more they believe in the vision that the creator has and the vision that they've always desired to have with the creator, which is like a deep and loving relationship, like true love. They are going to learn faster and faster, and they are going to evolve quicker and quicker. So then the purpose changes from removing all the blockages that are keeping y'all separate from one another, removing all the illusions that are that are keeping y'all out of alignment with your paths, with the purpose of being together, all that jazz. So you learn this stuff, and then it starts all over again, and now you have this synergetic thing going on between the two of you, where you guys bridge the qualities and gifts that only one of you has, for you both to utilize. You create a bridge of connection through the growth you do, the healing work you do, the unwillingness to let go of the bond that you two have. And you create this ability to create connection and unity in places where they never existed before. So I feel like you guys are meant to bridge more spiritual energy, more divinity, more unconditional love into the earthly realms. I feel that you are meant to bridge that, but I also think that you guys are meant to learn and understand how the human body and humans themselves are bridges. We are bridges between the physical and the spiritual. And you even see that in the chakra system. You know, the lowest is the root, the highest is the crown, and in the middle is the heart. So you guys, part of your purpose is to meet in the middle and to realize that a lot of the things that keep you stuck or that make you feel trapped, powerless, unhappy, frustrated, don't matter once you step into the heart. Your most powerful creations and the point of what you are meant to be doing is releasing expectation, releasing belief, releasing frustration, releasing the anger that you can't control, the factors that are out of your control, and instead stepping into the heart and realizing, oh shit, a lot of the stuff that I cared about really didn't matter. You know, so for the creator, that's going to be things like realizing, oh, I've been wanting the one to show up so badly, and I didn't even realize that maybe they weren't in a place to do that. And in fact, maybe it was a good thing they didn't at that time, because now that I have the context, wow, maybe their behavior would have been hurtful towards me, or maybe it would have taken me further away from them. And for the one person, for example, they're realizing, oh, I don't have to wait until I believe I'm worthy for love when it's right in front of me. And for the creator person, surrendering to the realization that if another person isn't open and receptive to love, the most loving thing you can do is focus on yourself and honor that love, whilst not putting yourself in a position where you feel trapped or powerless, or making your joy dependent on receiving the love that you want from the other. And also, because there is this established dynamic before you come together where there is a lot of disconnect, part of your purpose is rewriting those stories about what's possible. And essentially, the true purpose of what you're here to do is to create an unlimited amount of possibilities and access an unlimited amount of possibilities of what you guys want to do. You know, for the one person, their purpose is a lot less defined than yours is, at least at this time. So I guess a lot of you are the creator person, because I do feel like with the one person being here, I feel like a lot of you may have clocked first that this one person was the one, or maybe you saw the one's potential before the one person did, or maybe you saw a lot of potential in terms of who the one person could be, but maybe they needed time to grow and mature into that, and that required patience. Like, the creator has a level of loyalty that Morbius does to Neo. And I really do think that loyalty is powerful, because the creator's belief in the one makes the one truly understand that they can start to believe in themselves more. Like, the creator definitely underestimates how powerful their influence is on the one, and the one underestimates how powerful and how adored they always have been by the creator. And in fact, as the one grows and learns, they are only even more adored by the creator. And so what's really cool is that as you guys come together, and once you are, you know, in this place where there is no resistance, there is just unity, connection, fulfillment, love here, then you guys get to have the unlimited perspective of the one with the powerful co-creative abilities of the creator, and you guys get to write a new reality together, and it can be anything you want. You guys will be able to move forward in life so fast. You will be able to bridge and reach heights, experiences, accomplishments that would have never been possible on your own. You guys have a level of synergy that is enviable to the outside world. In fact, you guys are a true power couple. And one of the most powerful things about the two of you is that I think actually this one and this creator energy, they're kind of interchangeable. I think if you feel like there's a lot of mirroring here, you're having a hard time deciding which one is technically you and technically your person, you guys are both. And I would say for the one person especially, their biggest growth spurt is going to come once they realize that they can, quote unquote, break the matrix, or, you know, control the matrix, in the sense that once they see outside of this illusory place, and because they've seen outside of it, they understand cognitively that there's more to the story than just what they think, but they're not seeing how what they think is still clouding their ability to be open to what the universe is truly trying to get them to understand. I know I'm taking forever to go through this, but like, this is just super fucking fascinating, like the other two readings, and I could literally dissect this for 10 years. And that's the thing, is I feel like the purpose and the nature of this connection, you guys are shifting the nature and the purpose of this connection and this bond all the time based on what your hearts are calling you to do and what you guys want to create. Before you come together, you're creating the conditions to make union and synergy possible. And then once you are together, you are creating the stories and the future that you want to forge together. And honestly, you're going to be running circles around other people. Other people are going to want what y'all have and want to understand how the hell y'all did it. And how y'all did it was faith, trust, a lot of frustration, hardship, setbacks, uncertainties, a lack of understanding, but also a lot of wisdom the tenacity to break through obstacles, the endurance to not give up, and the willingness to meet the other halfway when that's all you have to give. Super beautiful. Editing ASO here. One note about the creator, I realized I feel like I didn't pull it all the way through, and it's really integrating now. So one aspect that the creator is meant to learn on their journey is realizing that they can create everything they desire, even the harmonious union they want with the person of their dreams, and there will still be a part of them that it feels unsatisfied and unfulfilled because there is a lack of fulfillment or acceptance for how things are and finding the best in it. Like, the creator can always create a new thing to desire or a new thing that could be what they need to feel centered, fulfilled, like they're where they're supposed to be, whatever the case may be. A lot of times what they're looking for is personal acceptance or satisfaction or fulfillment that does not originate from an external accomplishment, but typically almost always originates from a place within yourself personally. I am like, literally the sun is going down, girl. I'm like, maybe I should shift. Oh, I'm so glad that I stood up because my phone is losing battery. Oh my God. I'm so glad I saw that and went up to move this, because could you imagine if I filmed that whole damn thing and then realized my phone died? And yeah, I would highly recommend, if you do long form readings, use a freaking iPhone. Don't get a fancy camera, especially if it's just pointing at cards. Like, this is what I use, and a lot of cameras really struggle to have storage for long-term readings, but not an iPhone camera. With that being said, if you've been enjoying this reading, which I think you have if you've been here for 45 minutes, please leave me a like. Thank you to everyone who does that. And thank you to everyone who lets the ads play in the background while you do something else, at least for the first 30 seconds. That's super helpful. And also, if it's on or before October 5th, if you haven't signed up for Stars and Cards, or Cards and Stars, this is your last chance. So get it or it's gone forever. Okay, so we are going to ask, what element of the creator and the one's bond is bound to fate? Wow, okay, so for that we have the Fool. What's bound to fate is that you guys will always be able to start fresh. And it's not just this lifetime. I think it's actually really any lifetime. But this is the type of bond and the type of love that, so long as your heart is invested in the other, so long as you want the other wants you. Like, this situation will not be released from either of your hearts unless there is such deep detachment and conviction to the point where there's like no feeling anymore in your heart, which I literally don't see happening. So the point of what I'm actually trying to say is the aspect of your connection that's bound by fate is the aspect that allows for anything to be possible. It is fated that no matter what you guys face, the risks you take, the lows you might experience, you guys can always start anew and start fresh. Like, that's one thing that's really magical about your relationship, is if you guys are not happy with how the relationship has been, you can literally change it and start fresh. And you may not know how, but you'll be guided to do so. Whenever there is disconnect, whenever there is separation, you guys can and will find a way to bridge that gap, and will be given the inspiration on how to do so when it's the right time. I also would say that just your meeting was fated for sure. And there are going to be a lot of aspects of life that seem spontaneous and exciting, and wow, this came out of nowhere, and when in reality it was fated. So like ventures that you'll pursue because they're fated, maybe places you guys will move to, experiences you want to have. You might experience them as a spontaneous impulse, but I do think there are aspects of them that are fated. I also just think as well, a lot of the inspired action you're guided to take is fated as well. Like I think there's a lot of aspects of your connection that really, most of your connection is guided by fate, but the irony is like you're writing what the fates determine, which I think is really, really, really cool. So speaking of that, let's see what aspects of your bond can be influenced by free will. So how can the creator and one, how can they be influenced by free will, please? So yes, we have the Three of Cups, friendship, community, involvement. Okay, so the aspects involved that are created by free will, number one, it is hella important, and you know it's important if I'm using the word hella because I don't use that word, that you not allow your insecurities to be the dominant sense in what you and how you interact with each other. Because if your insecurities go unchecked, they could create discord and disharmony that makes connecting harder, and that just creates unnecessary bumps. But with this free will, I think it is up to you guys how your relationship unfolds before you come together in a more romantic union-y sense. Like I think, like I'd say, for example, it is free will whether you guys kind of do your own thing until you come together in a more serious way, or to be friends until things eventually evolve into something more. And that friendship might come from a place of like, if that's all I can get, that's what I'll take for now. Or it might be something where it's like, you know what, I can't just be your friend. That's too painful. I'm going to do my own thing until you figure out that, until you're ready to be open, or whatever the case may be. I would also say though, an aspect of free will that you have as well is what you guys choose to be involved in, and how you choose to live your lives together. Like I think that you guys, because you are very powerful, you could go down many different pathways, and some of those pathways are darker, but they're not darker between the two of you. The connection is actually the refuge from the darkness that both of you are fighting. So like, for example, the Matrix. I'm not gonna lie, dog, if that was me, based on what I saw, my ass is like, I think that blue pill looks really enticing, actually. I don't want that weird shit going into my neck, and I don't want to be faced with the harrowing reality that is shown. But there are other pathways that are lighter and more joyous, and I think that you guys could choose to go down a darker, more intense path for a time where you're doing deep work and like fighting intense systems. The big thing here is that you guys are bound by fate, and so you do have the option to go down pathways where you do fight against, you know, darker energies, where you are making an impact in really intense areas of life in the world. And so the relationship is kind of a refuge from all that intensity, because otherwise, like, it would be too much. Otherwise, like, the love that you guys have between the two of you is what kind of protects you and what keeps you guys centered, grounded, sane through all that. But also, if you guys want to follow a lighter path in life, if you just want to create joyous things and live life in a gentler, more lighthearted way, you can also do that. One thing that I will say is that I think both of you have the tendency to be drawn towards the darker, more intense elements of life, because not only do you not shy away from them, but you also recognize the need for help, the need for change there. And I would say it's likely possible that in a lot of ways you guys will create change in those areas, but you will also create a lot of light, powerful pathways as well that are more about your own personal soul experiences and joyful experiences and things like that. But I do see here the tendency to feel guilty about choosing a lighter path or wanting to step away from a darker, harder path after a time of being on it, or the guilt in not choosing a darker, harder path, period. It's important to emphasize the free will nature of this, especially because your union is not... There is no term in your union where you are obligated to take a darker, more intense path, use that union as a catalyst for change in a dark and intense way. You don't have to. You know, coming together into union could be challenging, and there could be experiences of darkness if you are in union with them. You might want to check out my union reading. I mean, this is really long, so maybe later, but it is a good reading, and I worked really hard on it. It might be helpful for you, but I would say that, like, you guys might feel almost obligated, like you have to help, you have to do something. And I think what's really what it comes down to is you guys have the free will to pick what pathway and what you want your life together to look like. And the both of you might really want a lighter, gentler pathway to go down, but your egos or your convictions or your values might tell you, we should do the hard thing, we should fix this problem, we should try to make a difference in that arena. And it's like, should, coming from a place of should, is not ideal. If the only thing keeping you on that path is a feeling of guilt or a feeling of like you're not fully stepping up to the plate or doing what you feel like you should be, that is a terrible free will choice to make, because I think it's not only going to create just maybe a little bit of disconnect and frustration between the two of you, but also one of the things that I do feel like you guys are meant to experience and deserve to experience is just levity, connection, joy, and ease together, where you're not solving the world's problems or having to be the most capable, most put together, most powerful people in the room, where you can literally just be there, just be vibing and just enjoying being present with the other and, you know, sharing space with each other. I would be willing to bet that you guys will do a mixture of the two of those things. But I think the biggest thing is you guys don't have to have a rough, intense path if you don't want to, and you're not obligated to use the union that you guys came together for some really intense purpose, because there's healing and value in the two of you just being together and grounding like these loving frequencies with each other. And I think that both of you have a hard time justifying opportunities for joy or opportunities to just have fun, especially as you come together, because you guys are ambitious and have so many wonderful goals and are capable of achieving so much. But life isn't all about achievement, and I think sometimes you guys might forget that there's nothing that feels better than just being with the other, watching a movie, or just in quiet connection. So now, how is this bond asking the creator and the one to grow at this time? I love this deck because there are unique cards here. So we have the universe, and this connection is asking you to grow in an infinite amount of ways. There will never stop being opportunities for growth. And I really think that what you're meant to understand is that this connection is a microcosmic example of the macrocosm between you and the greater world around you. So really, how can you grow? If you have ideas, you can go after those, but also know the growth is never going to end. So if you're like, you know what, I just want to take a nap, the growth there would be, do you feel shame in giving yourself a nap? But if you give yourself a nap unapologetically, consider yourself grown. And it does take growth to just reach a point where you can honor your needs without feeling bad or justifying it unnecessarily. I think there will really never stop being opportunities for the two of you to grow. And that's because there will never stop being new possibilities and new opportunities. And those possibilities and opportunities are dependent on the growth that you already do. And and the universe is really hammering home this idea that the value and the purpose of you being together is not about what you can bring to the world. The world benefits no matter what with the two of you being together. What it's about is your experience of unity and connection and relationship to each other. Being able to savor and have that experience and create the terms of what you want to do together, which is such a beautiful gift and something that the universe wants to stress. Like, we want you to have what you guys truly want. And if what you truly want to have together is surface level and meaningless, you can have that. And I have a hard time believing that you guys would choose that, but maybe that's something that you need. Sometimes we need levity in life. And so I think the universe is really saying here, like, if there's growth you need to do, you're already working on it, and know that the growth will kind of never stop. So, but the more you grow, the more expansion, evolution, and possibility opens up, and the more your bond and relationship grows, and just the closer you become. And I think also one really powerful aspect of this relationship that I want to add as well is that your ability to be connected to your spiritual side and just spiritual energy in general is greatly heightened because you guys put each other in your heart spaces so easily. And the heart is kind of the representative of the spirit. And that will make any intensity or any changes that are kind of confronting that need to happen a lot easier, because not only do you have the support of the other person, but you feel this underlying current of support from the unseen forces that love you so much and know that you can do and you're capable of achieving the growth that you feel called to undergo. Okay, can you guys still see? Yeah, okay, perfect. So what does group 3 need to know about this bond moving forward? Thank God I did not do a group 4 because this video would not be getting done today. Okay, we have the Ace of Pentacles, opportunity. So what you need to know is that whatever you're already manifesting and creating, whether it's together or you are creating the union that you're trying to come together with, or you're the one person who believes the creator person is out of your league, tell you what, if you're the one person, you should have texted the creator like yesterday. You should have been getting all up in their business a long time ago, because that's all they really want. It will be solid. It will be promising. What you need to know is that when it comes to cementing union and unity between the two of you, and really when it comes to cementing any powerful thing you create together as well, the universe is always going to support you in the process of manifestation that is the most stable, the most assured, and that will yield the most fruitful results, especially materially. So there will be times, like, for example, coming together, entering a relationship or a commitment of some kind. It will take time for you guys to get there. I don't think you will just meet one another and you'll be in relationship immediately, unless you're already creating and writing that story and you're in alignment with that creation. I mean, you could do it. But I think the universe, one thing the universe wants you to know is that there are going to be times where you are masterfully creating the reality you want to see, and you start to doubt yourself because it's not happening quickly enough. And that's the thing, is when you plant a seed, you can't dig it up every single day and make sure it's still there. You planted the seed, it's there. It takes time to see something sprout. It takes time to see that sprout bloom. You see what I'm saying? So don't let your mind start playing games with you. But also what you need to know is that, as well, is that whatever you're not happy about in this situation with this person, it can be changed. That change might take time and you might need to be patient, but also one important element of this connection that I think the universe wants to stress, if you're the creator person and the other person is the one, and you're not happy with where you guys are at, or you feel like there are aspects of where the one is at consciousness-wise or just in their life path-wise where they're not open to, you know, maybe what you're trying to create between the two of them, don't let that override what you're creating. Because I'll tell you what, a lot of times what we think in the moment is a lot less significant and usually very meaningless compared to what we're creating. A lot of times we don't even know what we want. And I think what you need to know is that there's a lot of prosperity and a lot of fertility when it comes to creating together. I guess if you don't want to create a human being and y'all have the parts to make that possible, be sure to take the necessary precautions, because that could happen. But you need to know that this connection is super solid. Like, there really isn't another person in the world like the other. You know, I mean, sure, you guys could have loving romantic relationships with other people. You could have deep and meaningful life experiences with others, but there would be a part of you always questioning and always thinking about the other in the back of your mind. And what's different about this connection is that when you're together, there are no what ifs, or there is no other person in the back of your mind, because you're with the person that you love most. So what you need to know is that the seeds you've already planted, trust that you're going to see positive results, but it is going to take time. And trust that just because you can't see the change yet doesn't mean it's not there. But also, one thing that I will say as well is if you guys are in the process of creating something or have a really cool and powerful idea, I think that this is a sign that what you're creating is a great opportunity. There's a lot there for the both of you, and it could be something that brings prosperity to the both of you as well. But basically, what you need to know is that there are no conditions that are insurmountable here when it comes to blockages or barriers or things that you think get in the way of intimacy with the other or connection with the other. You guys are already creating something really solid. And if that's something you're creating together, you should be really excited, because it's going to be something that, while it will take time to manifest, I think could be long-lasting, solid, and a great source of revenue if it's something that you're creating together as a work thing, as a financial resource thing. But if you're not with this person in the way you want to be yet, you're already creating that reality. You just need to have more conviction in it if you're the creator. And if you're the one person, what you desire is already here. Stop pushing it away because you think you need more to be on a different level. You are already in alignment with abundance and prosperity. What's holding you back from it is your inability to receive the abundance of love and generosity and goodness that the creator wants to give to you that you're uncomfortable with receiving. And vice versa, creator, I think you might also be a bit uncomfortable with receiving what you really want. There's a part of you that gets it and then worries that you're not deserving of it. So pay attention to what you've already achieved in your life and where you feel a sense of imposter syndrome, or where you feel like that didn't make me feel as satisfied or fulfilled as I thought it would. Look underneath that stuff, because what you're going to find is that there's probably a deeper feeling or a deeper craving, yearning, need that you thought outward achievement would satisfy or fulfill, when in reality there's like maybe a part of you internally that is needing acceptance or acknowledgement or support, or just kindness that maybe you haven't received because you haven't given yourself permission to feel it, or maybe you haven't realized that you weren't allowing yourself to feel good about what you accomplished. Whew. So that being said, let's go ahead now and get into your charms, letters, and numbers. So these are going to serve as final guidance, confirmation, and signs and symbols unique to your connection. So awesome. We have a lot. Okay. Not that that's a bad thing. Okay. So Washington, D.C. could be significant because I already see D.C. here, or D.C. Comics, like any of the D.C. superheroes can be significant. I saw the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans for the first time recently. They're really good. I saw 2 Supermans as well. I don't know if Superman is, I can't keep track of who's ever, I don't know. Okay. BC, birth control. Those of you that do not want a baby, and you can reproduce, make sure you set that alarm. We have another C. So we have 3 C's. Connection, creation, commitment. I do think that is 3 elements of your connection that you guys have. We also have S here. You guys are definitely gonna clear away the bullshit. The last name Dubois could be significant, or dubstep. The music could be significant. We have the letter Y that's broken. Don't be afraid to question things that don't make sense to you, or don't be afraid to stop asking why, if whys are making you more confused and frustrated. But we have another Y as well. Actually, I love that this Y is reversed, because I think, and this Y is broken, because I feel like a pathway, both of you have already created a reality where you're not gonna go your separate ways. You're not gonna leave each other's path. Any timeline where that happened, I do feel has been broken. And I feel like one thing, if you are the creator person, one thing you need to understand is that the one person being resistant to opening up to you, or being resistant to this connection, has nothing to do with how they feel about you, and has everything to do with how they feel about themselves. And it will take a minute for them to step into more confidence and clarity and authenticity. But I feel like with this Y being in reverse, I feel like it's cool, because it's like your paths coming together and converging, and confirmation of that. Okay, we have the J. One of y'all could be a DJ or something, or y'all could be a DJ or a CJ or a BJ. Maybe one of you is a throat goat with that BJ there. We have an R. One of you could be like one of you could be a junior, so you could have the same name as like a parent, and be the junior. We have the Q, so Dairy Queen can be significant, or maybe y'all could be drama queens sometimes. Maybe that's something to bond over. Computer science could also be significant. British Columbia as well. Corpus Christi can be significant as well. Okay, so we have the number 9, we have the number 5, we have another J. So this person or you could have repeating letters in your name, JJ. Did anyone else watch JJ the Jet Plane when you were a little wee baby child? Because I love that show. We have a 2. Let me move this 5. The 5, 9. Y'all could be working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. You could choose to change that. We have an H. Yeah, y'all got a lot. No vowels, though. All you got is sometimes Y. We have a G. We have a T. We have a D. And we have an E. Okay, we got an E. So Jet, maybe you guys are at a distance from one another, and that's something that you're going to need to overcome. Well, we have the letter the, so channeling my queen, Natasha Benningfield, today is where your book begins and the rest is still unwritten. Love that. We also have it is what it is. So I definitely think acceptance of what you can't change and acceptance of what's happened in the past is important. But I also think what's more important is to not write stories about what happened or what you think is true, because that could alter what you're creating, what you're manifesting. It could also create a lack of intimacy, or it could build walls between the two of you because you're on guard, or the stories that you tell create a level of distrust or a level of fear that story might actually be true. We have the number 9. So the month of September could be significant. I do think that part of the purpose of this connection is to feel more confident in yourselves as individuals and to have a level of independence before you come together in a committed relationship type way, because I do see the potential for like deep enmeshment and unhealthy codependency. So that could be one of the things that holds y'all back until you're in a you both are in like healthy places where you have a solid enough sense of self to not get lost in the other. We have 2 Queen Elizabeth coins, I believe. I'm gonna hold this up so I can see it. Yep. What year is this one? Oh, we have another year of 2002, but this is Canada. So Canada could be significant, the number 25, or this, I believe this is a moose, not an elk. And then we have another Queen Elizabeth coin. Okay, so let's talk about the fact that when you guys come together, you increase your bag and like basically double your, and like I feel like you guys double your abundance when you're together. The fact that we have 2 of the same coin, well, I think is a sign that you guys are 2 sides of the same coin. So if you saw a lot of mirroring here, I do think you guys are both the one and the creator, and like, but I would say that it's likely that one of you feels more like the creator and the other one feels more like the one, but maybe you dip your toes into both. What year is the other one? Ooh, this, I just noticed this moose is more yoked than this one. So I'd say this moose would win in a fight if these meese got in a fight. Just kidding. The plural of moose is moose. I just like saying meese. I was trying to find the year on this, but 2002. Are they both 2002? I think they are, but that doesn't make sense because one moose is much beefier than the other. So that doesn't make any damn sense. Oh, no, this one's 2019. So maybe you met this person in 2019, or maybe 2019 is a significant year for you and them, something like that. 2019 was also 6 years ago, so maybe 6 years is a significant time frame, or maybe y'all are 6 years apart. Delaware could be significant. I guess Queen in general, maybe you have the name Queen or Queens in some way, could be, oh, Queens, New York could be significant. We also have the moon here. And I feel like that is really symbolic of the fact that your intuition is going to be your best friend throughout this process, but also the mind will really struggle with the lack of context that your intuition is unable to give. So just know that your fears are more often than not illusions and just rooted in an insecurity that needs to be addressed. But also pay attention to how those fears manifest over time, or if they get bigger or more intense, because that could definitely be something that creates disconnect, that creates fear, that creates disharmony and just makes connecting with the other more challenging because you're worried about the wrong things instead of coming from a place of love. We also have blue. So the most powerful key to change between the two of you is when you truly are able to have heart-to-hearts. And the thing is that peace won't come in until both of you feel safe enough to share and express yourselves emotionally. The creator person is going to get there a lot sooner than the one person is. The one person, number one, has less access, or just less, has less experience being so tuned into their emotional body that they have a rich understanding of it. But I do think the creator in general has a bit of a gift to be able to dissect what's going on within them and share it with others. So I do think that your communication is going to get better over time, but once you both feel safe enough to share from the heart and communicate openly, that is when you're going to see the most solid, long-lasting, and powerful change here. So if you really want to create something, manifest a heart-to-heart. Manifest a situation where you guys just truly open up, because that is going to be the catalyst for a shift into unity and connection that is irreversible. It's just going to make things more and more solid. Communication is only going to bring you closer, and it's only going to make you feel more empowered to discard any insecurities you may have, and feel empowered to bring to light what's going on within you, good or bad. It will just help you understand things differently, create from new places, see things from different perspectives, and also realize that maybe a lot of things are left unsaid that you weren't aware of before, that now that you share them makes you realize, oh, I guess I haven't been communicating my perspective or communicating what I've been thinking very well. It's like communication is the bridge that unlocks any and all barriers left to true intimacy and connection with the other, and communication is the way through any barriers or blockages that arise. And a lot of times the blockage or barrier itself is just overthinking or fear around sharing. And what you'll realize very soon, or if not immediately after you open up in a vulnerable way for the first time, you will realize oh, this just dissipated 20 million pounds of pressure. We should do this more often. We also have the little rubber duck. So ducks could be significant. You might be encouraged to not give a duck about what other people think of the situation. You might have to let go of other people's opinions, but I'm thinking of the queen herself, Jinx Monsoon, and what she says, water off a duck's back. I definitely think that if there are any setbacks or challenges, or anything that you hear that just from the world around you that creates fear, distrust in yourself and the other, and in the connection, just let that run right off of you. You are rubber. Whatever is testing you is glue. Whatever they try to stick to you bounces off you and goes on them. I would also say as well, it might take time for you guys to really start sharing the depth and intensity of your emotions with each other. You might have to ease into a heart-to-heart, or just opening up more, depending on who you guys are and what your circumstances are, your comfortability with that. But know that just because the other isn't sharing it doesn't mean they're not feeling it. In fact, they might not be sharing it because how much they're feeling it kind of scares them, and they might still be processing it. We also have this cat here. So I once again, I would say intuition on point. The name cat could be significant, or one or both of you could have a cat. I also think that this connection is both a dog and a cat type connection, in the sense that I think the love that you have for each other manifests quite quickly, or definitely manifests quickly enough that it doesn't make sense given how long you've known each other in this human lifetime. But at the same time, it's actually being able to acknowledge that, and actually being able to feel comfortable in one another's presence. That is a process that takes time, the same way building up a cat's openness to you and love to you usually takes time and patience and willingness to accept whatever the cat's doing on the cat's level. So another example of this is, you know, if the other person is behaving in a way that makes you feel pushed away or just makes you feel shitty, you might remember, this is like a cat. I'm not going to take offense to a cat doing cat things. I'm just going to be patient and trust with time. We also have this red bell here. And I really do think that if there are any, like, if there is something that you need to know in order to ensure that what you're creating remains on track, you will be told it. So if you're not getting a big, loud red bell, red alarm going off that says, hey, you need to do a thing, or hey, something needs to shift, you should trust and assume that whatever you're creating is going well and there's nothing you need to do. And you might be like, well, how do I know? Do you hear a loud giant siren in your face? Hopefully not, because there shouldn't be. On an intuitive level, this is the same way. If you can't hear a giant siren, then there is no emergency, nothing you need to do. But if your intuition is screaming at you, and this is a different thing from fearful thoughts or paranoia, because your intuition is going to be screaming at you and your mind is probably going to say things like, well, am I just being dramatic? Or I don't know, maybe not. Or your mind is going to be questioning it rather than doubling down and being like, oh, and being more fearful. That's how you know it's not paranoia, because paranoia is taking something that paranoia is just like obsessing over something fearfully that likely doesn't have a basis in reality, or I don't know. My brain is almost fried at this point, but it's not paranoia if your intuition is screaming at you. Because if the intuition is screaming at you, you know there's some important shit to get across. Because what do I always say? Anxiety screams, intuition whispers. So if intuition is screaming, listen. Because at that point, the brain is going to pivot from fearfully questioning what the intuition tells you to, what's the right word? Not invalidating, but questioning what the intuition is saying, and like getting in the way, like lessening the severity, or almost pretending like it's no big deal, or just being like, oh, my intuition's being dramatic. Like, if your brain is saying that, like, you really have to put your brain in check and be like, honey, we know who the drama queen of our human system is, and it's you. So sometimes the brain will need to be put in check. But with this 0 as well, I just think that reaffirms like the infinite nature of this connection. Like, you guys can always start over. You guys can always start anew. Like, if you have a venture and it doesn't work out, if you follow a path and you don't like it, if you want to make a change, if you want to do something different, if you want to alter something in your dynamic, you guys can always have a fresh start. You can always make something new. Your connection is one in a process of constant creation, and there is an infinite level, there's an infinite amount of renewal available to the both of you should you want to shift in any way. We also have Sagittarius. So Sagittarius season can be significant. One or both of you could have Sagittarius placements, but on the back of it, it says optimist. So you really do need to assess this situation optimistically. If you're not where you want to be with this person yet, be optimistic about your future together. And if you guys are together, be optimistic about what you're creating, and make a conscious choice to try to have a philosophy based on optimism, based on things working out for you, based on the inherent goodness of the universe. That, I think, will actually be really helpful for the both of you. When one of you is really struggling, the other will be able to reinforce some optimism and positivity when the other just doesn't have the energy to conjure it for themselves. I also think as well, you guys will notice a tangible difference when you assume positivity, when you assume goodness when you assume, when you look at life on the lighter side, which is going to be easier to do when you're just around each other and feeling good anyway. But in that assumption and in that belief of things working out, of things always working out in your favor, of things working to your benefit, of believing in the good things that are coming your way, like, I think you're going to find that you actually just reap and attract a lot more. We also have I love autumn. So fall, maybe fall is your favorite season, or something significant will happen with you guys during this fall season. But the acorns, I think, are really significant because what is in the acorn is also in the oak tree. And I think that, you know, you might be, especially if you've only known this person for a little while, or if you're at a place with them where things are rocky, you might feel like the vision of the future that you feel so powerfully seems like a million miles away and you don't know how you'll get there. Remember that what's in the acorn is in the tree, and that people can change powerfully, quickly, and there's infinite amount of growth for the two of you. So y'all always will be growing and changing together. But ultimately, pay attention to what you already believe about the other, because that could be also impacting the ability for your connection to move forward. Because if you lack faith in the other person, whether they're likely not consciously aware of it, but they might feel deep down that they're not capable of making those changes, and they probably feel that you believe that too, even if you never say it. So you might even have to look at, where have I lost faith in this person? Where have I lost faith in this situation? Where have I been thinking about what was? And how is that stopping me from focusing on creating what I want to be and what can change? And finally, holy moly, I'm gonna sleep well tonight. But I hope you guys are feeling satisfied and fed. We have courage comes through suffering. So yeah, you might actually have to reach a point where you just don't care what the other person thinks of you anymore, and you just start opening up more. I actually do kind of recommend that, especially because if you already see this person as like your life partner or something like that, would you be afraid to tell your life partner like the random thoughts you have? Or would you be afraid to tell your life partner like, hey, I hope you're having a good day, I was thinking of you? Like, no, I'm pretty sure your life partner would love that. So act as if they already are and watch shit transform. And this is the thing as well, is sometimes you just have to like deal with the suffering that comes with fear and the unknown and the inability to take action out of fear of what might happen, and then realize the suffering that comes from this fear and stuckness is not worth it anymore. Fuck it, let's just do it. And you might see magic happen. Well, you will see magic happen, let's be real. You wouldn't have come to this reading if this shit wasn't magical. I gotta hold this up to my eyes, y'all, sorry. So your numbers are 8, 21, 35, 53, 48, and 40. Whew. Group number 3. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background for at least the first 30 seconds. That is the simplest and easiest way to show support and appreciation for my channel. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. If it is on or before October 5th, this is your last call and last chance to sign up for Cards and Stars. If you miss out, you will miss out. But if you want to get in on that, you're just not ready to learn, that is why you have lifetime access, baby. You can come back and learn this shit 3 years into the future, whatever you want. Yeah, you can share this with a friend. You can share me with a friend. You can check out candles, merch, social media, all that jazz. You can leave me a tip. My Cashapp is palehag. My PayPal is my email. You can send me love and good vibes. I am sending you those right back. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope all these messages resonated and brought you clarity. I love you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!